allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have a roll call, please.
Johnson,
Here.
Kelly, Mikulski,
Here.
Polika, here, Leaks May.
Here. Now approval of the agenda.
Mayor, I am requesting that item 7B, approval to backfill one program specialist position, be moved to the consent agenda, to the regular agenda for discussion.
Support.
Polika,
Yes.
Mikulski,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. And now we are moving on to our presentations. The first presentation is presentation 4A on the ongoing Southeast Oakland County Safe Streets for All Joint Safety Action Plan Project and Vision Zero Goal Setting. Bryce.
Good evening, Mayor. Good evening, Council.
Evening.
So I'm here for two things: to provide a recap on this ongoing Safe Streets for All project, but also to discuss Vision Zero goal setting, which is related to the consent agenda item 7C. So I've been up here a few times to speak about this project. It started nearly a year ago. We are coming to the tail end of it. So I wanted to come and do a little bit of a recap for you all. So this is a collection of a number of Southeast Oakland County communities. We've banded together and engaged in a Safe Streets for All grant through the US DOT. The end goal of this is to produce a joint safety action plan, which is a formalized document, and it's filled with a lot of requirements and recommendations, and it outlines a plan for road safety in all of our communities. This is an overview of the process. We are right around at the prioritization and action plan portion. So we have developed a strategy and project matrix. We've developed some performance measures. We've done our analyses. So right now we have our high injury network, which I'll explain a little later, and we are developing our priorities. We have a action plan committee, which is composed of various stakeholders from all the different communities. So these range from elected officials to interested people, people from the school boards, people from different organizations like the League of Michigan Bicyclists. We've had a number of community engagement meetings. So we've had 2 public meetings, and we are holding our 3rd public meeting next Thursday. So this is funded by the Bipartisan Infrastructure Law. It supports the National Roadway Safety Strategy and the US DOT goal of 0 roadway deaths. There's a significant amount of money that was allocated for this. It's funding planning and demonstration grants, which is what we're doing. It's funding the creation of an action plan. And implementation grants, which funds the actual projects and strategies in the action plans when they are completed. So there's a number of components. There is some items in here that are, checklists that you have to complete in order to have a completed and actionable action plan. This is our study area. So it's composed of Berkeley, Oak Park, Huntington Woods, Pleasant Ridge, us, Hazel Park, and Madison Heights, all good friends of Ferndale, I would have to say. So the main thing that our consultant has done is created a high injury network, which is a map that is overlaid on top of this that outlines what are the most dangerous streets. And these are streets that are dangerous for drivers, for motorcyclists, and for pedestrians. So it's a little bit of a heat map of the most severe and concerning areas within our entire study area. But the question is, how do I prioritize these? Like, how do we focus in on certain streets and certain areas over others? So we came up with this prioritization score that the subcommittee weighed in on. It includes factors of, the high injury network itself, land use and context, and equity. So here's the map. You can see a variety of different colors. I hope it's not too washed out on the screen up there. But this is broken down into quintiles, so 20%. So just looking at equity, which is looking at, various different people who are disadvantaged, either in terms of like income or, seniors, children, people of color. So it uses census block that are adjacent to each of these to highlight which are the most impacted in terms of equity. So again, this is the high injury network map that is, I guess, weighted by equity. Pure land use score, which looks at things like, does this section have a grocery store or a hospital or a public park or any other kind of major public space that draws in a lot of people? A little bit of weight is given to that. So you can see our color gets a little bit darker, especially around Woodward and 9 Mile, unsurprisingly. And then just in terms of the roadway score, the darker colors have more high injury network, I guess, pings than others. So unsurprisingly, I mean, you can see a lot of the major roads that are around the area, especially all of the roads that are on the outside here. So you look at Greenfield, 8 Mile to Quinder, even John R. and Woodward Heights. I mean, these all are a bit darker than some of the other ones. So when you factor these all together, you get our overall score. And again, this is still a draft, and based on how they factor things, this can change a little bit. But when it comes to Ferndale, obviously Woodward is a bit darker in terms of its priority. It's in the top 20%. We do have some other colors that are showing up in the orange, including Camborne, Hilton, a little bit of 9 Mile, Livernois, 8 Mile. And that's, you can look at what other communities are seeing and how they're kind of similar. It's typically, the densest, traffic heaviest areas that are lighting up. This is I guess, text graph of the previous map, and then I circle in green properties or roadways that are within Ferndale. And then, of course, Woodward was the highest scoring one, which is, not a shock to me. I don't know if any other community has the combination of a downtown with such a large road, such as we do. But this does not include the changes to Woodward. So this is using data from before the recent project that was implemented. So keep that in mind. So we have some priorities, and what can we do from here? So we're looking at options of a complete street redesign of some of these high priority streets, but also some rapid implementation safety improvements that we can do in a smaller scale to these streets to make them a bit safer. And again, these are kind of community wide, so they may or may not apply to us specifically in every scenario, but more no turn on red signage, modifying signals, maybe daylighting intersections, changing some of the turning radii, things like that. We've also produced a draft priority project map, which for Ferndale is part of 8 Mile, 9 Mile Woodward, I think a part of Woodward Heights, but the name Woodward Heights is kind of covering up a little bit, and Livernois. So they are going to produce a project description for each of these different projects, and it outlines what it looks like now and possibilities for safety improvements. So each one of these will have a little fact sheet and an opportunity for improvements, recommendations, and we can use this as a backbone for future grant funding. There are a number of quick things we can do, kind of if you think of the first days of a new project. So new policies that we can implement as we do road work around the city on our own. Of when do we do a road diet? When is that appropriate? Policies for pedestrian and bicycle routing during construction of projects. We have an access management policy already, a more formal no turn on red policy. There are other advocacy things that are sort of out of our control, but as elected officials, you can always lobby for some of these enhanced items. Things like automated enforcement, changing how we set speed limits, looking at crosswalk law, even driver's license reform of sending people back to school for their driver's licenses. just to, like a continuing education sort of thing. There are a number of programs which, we are part of some of these, I know, working with SMART to continue to evaluate our bus stops, supporting advocacy such as Families for Safe Streets and Safe Routes to School, things like that. And then on our own, more youth education and engagement, buffered bike lanes, formal maintenance plans. So there's quite a bit here that they are going to give to us at the end of this entire project. And then another thing, which we do this a little bit already, but a more formalized post-crash care of understanding, why was this individual in this crash? What are the circumstances? How can we improve it? So we might be looking at doing some kind of quarterly meetings with a dedicated team who would be able to check out this information to help inform future decisions. The last thing to touch on is Vision Zero, which is a comprehensive safe system approach to this entire project of tackling fatalities and serious injuries. It relies more on accommodating human mistakes and reducing, keeping impacts on the human body at tolerable levels. So it's safer roads, post-crash care, safer people, vehicles, and safer speeds. Vision Zero is, kind of the umbrella term for that safe systems approach. We have to, as part of the safety action plan requirements, set a date for our Vision Zero goal. So a number of cities and other communities and organizations have set their own Vision Zero goal. Notably, Detroit and MDOT statewide have set it for 2050. So what this looks like for us, this is our graph here. It's slightly trending up just at this snapshot of 2019 to 2023. So if we were to reduce it to these target years, you can see what that looks like in terms of reducing the crashes per year. So if we were doing 2050, that's 4% per year or 2 less per year. 2040 is 6% less or 4 crashes less per year. So there's a lot of discussion about this date. Obviously, it's pretty important. All the communities are sort of in a different walk of life in terms of their commitment to this and what their streetscape looks like, what they've already invested in this. So we're all on a little uneven footing here. But we have grouped together, we've recommended 2045. I know this is not immediately around the corner, but we're sort of looking to break this down into 10 years of going after the highest priority projects and then using the remaining 10 years to, I guess, complete the rest of the projects as we shoot for this goal. I think it's important to note that this is an incremental process, so we will be working towards this throughout the whole duration of the time period. So the other communities are each going to their respective councils to ask for this, and the resolution that I've attached in the consent agenda speaks to our commitment to this, and it also sets the date for 2045. Last, I'll note that we have our third and final public meeting next Thursday. This will be at the Madison Heights Active Adult Center on 13 Mile from 6 to 7:30. So I think it's pretty neat that we're gonna film some interviews with people who already agreed to be filmed, review the priority high injury network, get some more kind of I would say, softer, more human side of the data that we can use in our joint safety action plan. That's all I have. I'd be happy to answer any questions about all of that or the resolution.
Thank you, Kyle. Open it up for council to discuss. Questions, comments?
I had a question. Through the chair, I was curious why some roads don't have a color code on them at all. And they look like there was a section on 9 Mile that didn't have any color associated with it.
So that'd be like this gap between Ferndale and Oak Park. I would imagine that that area of 9 Mile did not have enough crashes or really just crashes. They don't really like to use accidents anymore. So it did not hit enough crashes to get it onto the overall score, because it's not on any of the other ones either. So it could be just a lower volume of traffic, lower instances of pedestrians, motorcyclists, bicyclists. It wasn't sufficient to be on the high injury network.
Interesting.
I just want to thank you, Kyle. You've done a lot of work on this over the year, this year, and I've heard from colleagues in other cities that are participating in this about how much they appreciate Ferndale's leadership and your leadership in particular, and kind of being an enthusiastic booster for this and work on this. And I just want to make sure that you kind of get those kudos as well, because it's excellent work. We're literally trying to save lives, and that's kind of what we're here to do. So I love that. So thank you.
Other questions? Yes, thank you, Kyle, and I hope that you get a lot of participation for the next meeting. And what's there? It's going to be again at the Madison Heights Active Adult Center, 260 West 13 Mile Road, Madison Heights. Thursday, November 21st at 6. 6 to when, Kyle?
7:30.
7:30. Okay.
It is an open house, so don't feel like you have to be there right at 6.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Our next presentation, there was no action on that. Our next presentation is on the 2024 special events season. Michael Larry.
Howdy, howdy. Good evening, Mayor and Council.
Good evening.
All righty. So what I want to do is just pretty much give you an overview of this past season of special events that take place primarily during the late spring and early or throughout the summer. And then just a couple we have left for the season, which is this weekend's Jingle and Mingle, and then we had the Santa Parade in December. But as you can see here on the calendar, starting in April, we have a number of events that take place, and not just in downtown Ferndale, but also with the Parks and Rec Department in our city parks. Starting with extravaganza with the Parks and Rec Department, and then we kick off again with the outside events, starting with Cinco de Mayo. And then you also see that the DDA also produces their own events, such as the Downtown Trick or Treat, which was phenomenally successful. And then they also do the 9 on 9 entertainment over at Schiffer Park at Planavon and West 9 Mile. But beyond that, we also have the Ferndale High School Parade, and then you have the festivals, and then the Woodward Dream Cruise, and then we had only one new event this past year, which was the Michigan Clean Car Show. Now, of all of these different events, the ones that impact the downtown area the most, because I do know that there are, times when people do make comments about, how, we close the streets. But I wanted to give people a perspective that when you look at from April to September, West 9 Mile Road is only closed 4 times. And then East 9 Mile Road is only closed 3 times of that time period. Then there's East Troy twice, and then Planavon 4 times. Of the Planavon, it's only impacted technically because of the Ferndale High School Parade, and it's only closed for no more than 2 hours for that particular event. And then, of course, some of the festivals require more space, so to do that, they have to utilize the parking lots that are adjacent to the street, such as the City Hall lot, which is only used twice during the year, the Library lot 4 times, and the Falvey lot, which is the Falvey lot number 9, directly behind the Woodward Avenue Brewers, which is only twice. So it gives you really more of a perspective of when you look at the overall how many weeks there are between April and September, it's a very minor amount of time. Now, of course, with every special event that takes place, they have to complete what we call the special events permit application. These permit applications are reviewed by myself, and then, of course, I meet with the special event producers to go through their request on what they're asking to do, especially if it's a new event, to make sure that they understand what's required, what their responsibilities are, and what we as a city are responsible to do, such as provide public safety services. And of course, with that, after I have felt secure enough to know that I think I can move forward with their application, we then schedule a meeting with the Special Events Committee. That Special Events Committee is comprised of one resident and several different city department heads, or representatives of those departments, such as police, fire, DPW, the Downtown Development Authority, and parking, and then sustainability. Now, of course, when they meet with the Special Events Committee, that's when they have the opportunity to ask questions to the producer to try to understand more about their plan. Because the police department, for example, needs to understand, like where are the event boundaries, so that they know where the safety zones are, such as where the street closures are. So if it's at 9 in Woodward, of course, you need to make sure that it's very tightly secured so that there couldn't be any potential car accidents. Then you have the parking lots, which are not nearly as high of a security issue when it comes to traffic, but you still need to make sure that they are safe for the public when they're trying to enjoy themselves for the day. So once they get all that understood, and then of course we find out about the impact when it comes to how many food vendors, because there are issues that we have to take in be concerned with, which has to do with health and fire code safety, such as a suppression system. If you have a food truck, in case grease catches fire, it needs to be immediately contained. All those things are why we need to have a Special Events Committee to sit down and have a conversation. If the Special Events Committee feels good and supports this plan, then they will make a motion on whether or not to support it, to move it forward, and that being that it comes to you, the body, the city council, to ask for final approval of a special event permit. And then from there, then we go through the next level, and that is that 2 weeks prior to the event, we do a walkthrough where the police, fire, and parking, and sustainability, and the other departments that need to know what's, as a refresher, so that we all are on the same page once again before the event actually takes place. And the reason why I'm telling you this is because we really need to help. I want to help the residents understand that all these things matter and are really important, because no matter what the event is, the first priority we do take fully responsibility to, and that is public safety, because it's always primary. And of course, after the event happens, then we do what we call a post meeting, and that is where we sit down. If there's any concerns or issues that happen during the event, we can try to resolve them and then find how we can make those not be repeated the following year. And of course, that also helps us when it comes to any other future events, that we learn from all these things so that we become better at making sure that we understand what can and cannot take place, what is in the best interest of the city overall. And of course, as I just mentioned about how we learn from each event and the experience that we see and that happens, there are always reasons for us to look at the policy and say, where do we maybe need to tweak it to make it better? And of course, some of these things we always look at, regardless of whether we want to review the policy or not, is to make sure that there's accountability. And that accountability goes towards the event organizer and or the organization that is actually asking to utilize public space to do their event. And with that, then we also see that there are, we've been having some challenges with such as food service inspections, sustainability services, food truck inspections, alcohol beverage stations, that we need to look at and say, how can we tweak the policy to make it stronger so that we can have more understanding on what is the expectations are from the event producers. And I'll just give you an example that with sustainability, it's relatively still new, and we've gone through a transition where we now have a new sustainability manager. He had to get his footing in to understand his responsibilities and how he implements the policy. So we're seeing that there are some ways that we could better improve that part of the special events policy. So we're looking at, because there's issues with food vendors and how they understand what our expectations are when it comes to recyclable materials or compostable materials, because we want to make sure that we become as green as we possibly can, because there's a lot of waste when it comes to food. And it's not just what they serve it in, but it's also any food that's that's not eaten, and where does that go? So we are doing a better job, but there's always room for improvement. But the expectation is that we have to also make sure that the event, as well as the food service providers, are held accountable so they understand what their obligation and responsibility is. So if you have a food vendor, for example, who comes in, who knows you're not allowed to sell anything in styrofoam, what do we do if someone comes in regardless whether they knew that or not, and they still want to serve it in styrofoam? We need to be able, as a community, to say, you can't do that, because our policy says you can't. So we're trying to figure out how to better implement that policy and to make sure it's enforced. And on top of that, we're seeing also in the past several years, over 10 years ago, we had an event that took place in downtown, and it was in a parking lot. And the organizer of the event came to the city and said, we're trying to do this event, and it's so, the cost and everything, and then there was a discussion and debate on whether or not the street metered parking spaces and the parking lot metered parking spaces should be waived. And at that time, it was decided to make those fees waived. So now we're looking at it and saying, how can we look at that and maybe see how we can somehow recoup some of that lost revenue, as we would if, for example, if a valet service came into Ferndale for a special event at a private business, we charge them for those lost revenue from the parking meter funds. So we want to look at and see how we might find a way that if you're utilizing a parking lot, is there at least a fee that we should be charging to recoup some of those costs, so that, because we have to remember that we have to have funds to help take care of our parking lots. So that and all these other things, we're going to plan a special meeting with the current or the past year's event planners to sit down and have a conversation with them and say, these are the things that we're concerned about. We're looking to strengthen the policy. We just want to make you aware of what we're looking to do and get their input. And then we'll come back to you and let you present to you what those policy changes will be proposed, and ask for your support. Oops. So that's my presentation. Is there any questions?
Open it up first to council.
Yes, ma'am.
Two things. One, in regards to the parking, I would just be cautious about charging some events those additional fees of missing revenue, because a lot of these events bring in people that park in other areas of the downtown utilizing spaces that normally wouldn't be filled. So we are making more revenue in parking on those days from the other lots that are available. So I would just be a little cautious in taking that into consideration. The other thing is regarding recycling and the compostable materials. I think it's great that we're doing it with special events, but I look at that as like a drop in the bucket compared to every day, all the businesses in our downtown that are using non-combustible and not recycling, materials of carryout. They don't provide, compostable materials. And so I think there's an opportunity maybe for our ordinance committee to look into something and working with our businesses to see what that can be, to kind of broaden that program. Because again, it's like having a house with 50 windows and you only have one that has a screen on it. You know, you're not, it's not going to be very effective, you know, to the environment if you're only doing this for special events. So that's all I have.
And also, I ask, Michael, is regarding the, no, I can't say it, compostable
Yeah, it's a tongue
materials?
twister.
Yes. Now, do you have maybe a quick update as to how the vendors and things have embraced that?
Well, you do have surprisingly with food trucks, a lot of them already do follow that policy because they're environmentally conscious. Unfortunately, not all of them are, and some of them will try to pull a fast one on you, where they might, you know, provide the compostable tray, but they'll serve straws with their drinks. Or they'll use plastic cups instead of the compostable breakdown, the naturally breakdown cups that we should be using. So what we're seeing for that example is that we're going to try to list all the food vendors as they participate and keep a record of those who are applying to the policy so that we recommend those to the future events and say, these are the ones that we highly recommend that you invite. Whereas if they invite someone that has not participated before, that what we want to do is we want to actually contact them personally as a city representative, contact them personally instead of relying on the event planners to do it, to let them understand on a city's level what their obligations are so that they can't then show up the first day of the event and, you know, act naive about what their expectations were. So now we know that we can say, no, I'm sorry, that is not acceptable. So, you know, that's why you need to be accountable. We want them to sign an agreement, stating they understand the policy and they will follow it.
Any other questions from council? Thank you, Michael.
Okay, just quickly, I just want to remind everybody that Jingle Mingle Underground Holiday Market is this Saturday and Sunday, and it will be held at the dot in the lower level of the parking structure. So everybody come out and have fun, and don't forget about the food drive campaign. Bring your donation of canned or dried foods. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Michael.
All right, our next presentation, item 4C, is the City Council millage discussion. City Manager Delgacho.
Mayor, if you can give me a 3-minute recess, the presentation needs to be reloaded, it looks like.
We're going to go into recess for a few minutes, so. We're clocking them, 3 minutes.
Joe, the link you sent on YouTube, there's no volume, they said.
Staff, could someone submit that feedback to IT on the thread? Ready, did you want to wait and see if they address audio before?
Yes.
Oh. Through the chair, IT indicated they muted it during recess, so it's available.
All right. All right, we're going into another recess. We're having IT issues.
We're
Oh,
out.
no, we're out of recess.
We're out of recess. So we're out,
You can
everything's.
gavel us in.
All right, we're in. We're in, all right, at 7:47. City Manager?
Yes, thank you, Mayor and Council. This is a brief discussion for Council. Provided just a general framework for Council to talk about the Community Millage Town Hall that will be scheduled for Monday, next Monday from 6 to 9. It's the first of possibly a few more, pending council and community interest. The general purpose is to talk about constructive ideas that the community has for alternative proposal. Community question, really that would be grappled is how do we ensure the city's long-term sustainability while addressing the residents' concerns about taxes and service levels. A couple of topics that are pulled from the November ballot initiative would be the Headley override millage, the public safety facility, the millage model that staff is calculating behind the scenes, then alternative election options should an alternative ballot proposal be moved forward. On the top topics concerning Headley override, around the community question, what are the best ways to balance tax needs with the community expectations for services in the state tax environment that we all live under as cities? On a public safety facility special bond initiative, there's questions about how the city should approach public safety facility improvements or related funding for facilities. And for millage models, this is more of a staffing perspective for the finance department, but how can we look at alternative funding models to look at the city's needs, specifically leading with the renewal of 5 union contracts that all expire on June 30th, 2025. All of those contracts will need to be addressed. On the Headley override, 46%, so less than 50, supported the Headley override to reset the operating millage to the charter limit of 20 mills. Some discussion items would be about terms and whether there should be a counter proposal that has a term. The most recent proposal had a 10-year term that expires December 31st, 2025. In acknowledgement that those property tax revenues directly correlate with funding staff levels across all general fund departments. On the question of public safety facility, it's noteworthy that 61% of the community supported the charter amendment that would earmark spending. What does this signal from voters indicate? our voters interested in a separate ballot proposal, which would be to issue a general unlimited obligation debt bond. And that's really just a specific millage to pay debt to construct that facility. So that would be isolated in and of itself. Would voters support a Headley override millage that raises funds to support the staff to utilize those facilities? So that's just, do we understand the relationship between facilities and people, and knowing that there's a 30-year debt on a facility? How do we talk about staffing for said facilities? And then on the forecasting model, some things that are factors on the revenue expense side that will always be factors for cities, and that's the city's taxable value is correlated with how much revenue a mill can generate. That taxable value is adjusted on an annual basis based on Headley rollbacks, which is subject to state law, based on inflation. And in this case, we'd be looking at Oakland County's CPI 3-year projection assumptions and factoring that into a model. And then with that, go projecting the Headley rollback factors. They won't continue to be maximized at the 5%, which they've been. They'll be normed to inflation. And historically, prior to the last 2 years, the average inflation was less than 2% for over a 2-decade period. So that's what you could probably expect. And I think we attended Oakland County's State of the Economy event in Novi in June, and they are looking at, I think, a downward CPI projection less than 3% this year, and then less than 2% the year after. On the expense factors, and I say material expenses, things that can move the needle. Materially, your 5 union contracts that expire June 30th, we've established 70% of the general fund expenses are personnel-related costs, and 80% of those personnel are union members. So the majority of those union members are the police and fire department. That's common knowledge for us. So addressing those are probably the greatest material factor on that expense model that you guys will undertake. And then looking at the general assumption, you have to start somewhere with your baseline expenses. So the general assumption for the model is beginning with the 2025 adopted budget as your baseline. And that baseline can be moved depending on discussions, how discussions go with the city or the community. Election options. There are 3 election options. Each has different variables. So the first option would be May 5th. That is a special election, and because it's special election, the taxing jurisdiction that calls for that election pays a fee. And we have a quote that I think is $33,000. I rounded $35,000 for a special election. Each election date has statutory requirements to finalize ballot proposal language and submit that to state for approval. If you miss that, you have to go to the next election. So we estimated those for you based on the statute. So the state ballot proposal deadlines are all listed in this table for each election. I don't believe, the clerk can correct me, I don't believe that August is considered a special election next year. So there should be no fees for August or November. But May would be the only election that would precede the expiration of those 5 union contracts. Also noteworthy, you have other taxing jurisdictions in the community that have millages that expire from time to time, including the library board and the school district. So that's something to consider as well as understanding the different taxing or property tax needs of each of the taxing jurisdictions within the community. Mayor and council, that was my intention, was just to provide a general list of topics that could be discussed. I will leave it to you to have a broader discussion about November's election and your goals going into the community town hall Monday. I will say that that town hall is published on all city media. You can register for that event or participate. The event will be streamed live as well, and we'll be taking moderated questions via YouTube. So council will have staff support to help moderate questions in-house, and then make sure we hear from people who are participating, watching YouTube as well. We ran this successfully earlier with a presentation in August for a facility. So we know we can do that, and we'll replicate that again. That, Mayor and Council, I'll go back to the chair and cede the conversation for you.
Thank you. All right, so I'd like to do something a little bit different tonight, because if there are people in the audience that wanted to speak regarding the Headley during call to audience, I just want you to know that now is also an opportunity. If you have comments or questions, you can come up to the podium for your 3 minutes to speak on it as well, before I open it up to council discussion. If there's anyone who'd like to speak, please feel free to do so, stating your name and your address.
Hi, my name is Sharon Chess, 1119 Earl Boulevard. I'm a resident of Ferndale and a newly awarded Senior Citizen of the Year, so pay attention to what I have to say. Thank you. First, I want to give empathy to all of you who work so diligently on this, and I'm very sad it passed also. I've been getting a lot of feedback talking to people who did not want the Headley. And the reasoning for it, this one I thought to be strange, was we didn't market it enough and we didn't provide enough information. And when I asked more specifically what that was, it was we didn't express to them enough about if we lost certain things without renewing the millage, how would it directly affect them? Other people were curious, why did we have to lump all of the construction at one time? Why couldn't we decide which entity would be prioritized, like police and fire, or the community center, or what all the other buildings that we want to pay attention to? Why couldn't we just approve one and prioritize that and focus on that one? And seeing that we only lost by, less than 1,000 votes, another thing that I heard an awful lot about is it was too difficult to understand. And so maybe if we bullet point things and make columns, okay, this is what we have. This is what we're going to lose. This is what we need, and this is our wish list, and just make it very simple. Not a whole lot of conversation, but bullet point, keep it very, very specific. And maybe we'll get those 900 and some odd votes back again. I'm very concerned about the school millage coming up at the same time. I have my own issues with that situation. So timing is of the essence in getting this plan together. And implementing it is of the utmost importance in my opinion. So thank you. I will be back.
Any other comments before I open it up to council discussion? Okay, all right, I'm opening it up to council. Comments? What went wrong? What could have gone right? Anything at all?
Well, I think, it was obviously disappointing, and we've heard a lot of feedback, and we are having the community meeting, and I really hope that folks will attend from both sides of the issue. I really hope that folks from the no side of the issue will attend so that we can try to figure out what will work for everybody. But the problem doesn't go away. So voting no now did not make any of these issues go away. The union contracts are still up next year. The cost of doing business is still increasing for city governments. Our facilities are still in the condition they were in the day before the election. And so, we we can't kick the can forever. We have to figure out a solution, and we have to figure it out together. So I do hope that folks will come on Monday. I hope we can figure this out. I do intend to push for us to make the May ballot so that we can alleviate concern that our staff have about this. You know, this has created a lot of uncertainty and confusion amongst city staff, and I think it's, you know, unfair to them to let this linger too long. You know, what the final proposal looks like, I think this body will probably have a better sense by, you know, Monday when we have this public meeting. You know, I think we'll come into it with a tentative sort of idea of roughly what we think might work, and then that would give something for the crowd to ideate and iterate on and kind of help guide us toward a final proposal. But as Joe noted in his presentation, we are up against a relatively tight deadline for something like this, considering we need to get materials to the state by February 10th, which means that we would need to vote on something by our January 27th meeting, the day after my birthday. So my birthday present to myself will be probably working to making sure all the language is finalized for our vote the following day. So it's a tight timeline, but we are serious. I know the mayor is very serious. I'll let her speak for herself on that, about really hearing from the community some more and figuring out what will work for everybody. But like I said, the problems, they didn't go away. We still have to solve them. And, you know, we can't avoid it forever.
Well, I guess I'll go next. I would echo a lot of those sentiments. The one thing that I think I would add to that is, we heard you. It was something that clearly didn't hit the right mark. Like Councilmember Johnson said, we still have issues. We're still going to have to fix those issues. We've had issues for a very, very long time. And the longer those issues go on, the worse they will be, the more expensive they will be. It's a situation that becomes untenable at a certain point. So we are up against the wire. We are committed to sitting down with residents. I would like to also thank Councilmember Johnson for going with me. God, was it Friday or Saturday?
Friday.
Whenever this weekend. It's been a blur of sickness over here. And speaking with a resident about their no vote and their initiative, and taking the time to understand where the issues lie, what the discomfort levels are. I'm really hoping that people come out on Monday so that they can express what they want to see, not just our pain points, but what they actually want to see on a ballot, what will move the needle for them, what feels right as a resident. And with that sort of input, we will craft the next message and craft the next ballot initiative, and fingers crossed, knock on wood, hopefully it passes.
Any other comments? So Councilmember Johnson and Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski really spoke on, touched the points, the highlights that I was thinking about, but I just, again, want to reiterate that this town hall meeting is on Monday, November 18th from 6 to 9. It will provide us with the feedback that we need to know what you feel like you need, what we need to be able to get this passed so that we can support definitely our police and our fire, what that looks like. So I'm very interested in hearing what you have to say. And I will also state that based on the post-Headley election results, the statement that I made on the city website, I've received quite a few interested people who want to be a part of those conversations. So I hope that's reflected on Monday, because this is an opportunity for us to pull together and try to get this right. We need your input. We don't know everything, so I'm looking forward to those conversations.
And Madam Mayor, one follow-up thing, you know, I want to stress why it's so important to come on Monday, which I think probably feels self-evident, but maybe isn't. You know, I think we all got a lot of feedback from residents, pro and con, over the course of the year. And, one of the things that I heard a lot was, we want something different, or you should have done it differently. But what I couldn't get from people a lot of the time is how. So okay, we hear you. You want something different, or you want it done differently, but you have to meet us halfway if you want us to take an action, and you have to tell us, what does different look like to you? What does it look like? Simply saying you did this wrong and I want you to do it differently doesn't give me enough to figure out what exactly we can do collectively to get there together. So, that's why it's important to come and have this conversation so that you can guide us to the how, like, what does it look like? Because we can't figure that out on our own either. We need that input. And so it's really important that you come and have that honest conversation with us. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
All right. So with that being said, we are now in the section of our agenda where it's call to audience, where you can come up to the podium, speak about anything you like on or off the agenda. Please state your name and your address, and 3 minutes to say what you'd like to say. I'm opening it up to call to audience right now.
Hi, Sharon Jessican. This time I'm here as president of the Ferndale Community Concert Band, and I'm kind of in a conundrum. When we started the band, it all started because I was invited to sit on the Arts and Culture Commission after it had gone dormant for quite a while. And sitting on that commission, we had to find out what types of arts and culture that the city wanted. So we took a survey, and we found out that they wanted outside art, they wanted music, they wanted a whole host of things. There were 10 things that they could select from. And the music, the concert band, was at the top of the list. We had a choice between an orchestra and a band, and that band won out by one vote. So that's how we chose a concert band. What happened after that is, okay, we have 105 people that showed up to our very first rehearsal. And it's like, okay, this is going to work. But we didn't have 2 nickels to rub together. So where are we going to get funding? The commission at the time had no money. We had to buy music, we had to pay a conductor, so we had to file for grants. In order to file for grants, you have to be a nonprofit. So we turned into a nonprofit. We were awarded a grant. So the band is established, and we create a great reputation, and we draw musicians from over 22 different cities. But then we had to withdraw from the Arts and Culture Commission because now we're an independent nonprofit, so we don't get any support. And not financial support, but support as far as recognition in the city. With the exception of me being able to come to council and boast about our upcoming concerts and invite everybody to attend, that's our limit. So even though our audience members come from 24 different cities, and these demographics I know to be true because I have to usually enter demographics when applying for grants. And we are a value to our community. We have people who join our band and they moved to Ferndale because they did their due diligence and found out what a great band we are and how recognized we are, and they want to be a part of it. So we draw in residents who do have the ability to play music and are excited to join an ensemble. So what I'm asking you to do, and I can do this tonight, and what probably going to happen is to consider the value that the Ferndale Community Concert Band has to our city. We are a draw to our city. We're a draw to our businesses. We're a draw to the education system. We're just a draw. We enhance the wonderful city that we all enjoy living in. So please reconsider that rule. Thank you.
Before we move forward, I just want to state that I don't know the percentage, but members of the Ferndale Community Concert Band, some of them are Ferndale High School alum. So I just, they've 16 and 3 students. So just, and you'll see why I mentioned that when we have call to council, why the Ferndale High School Marching Band is so important, and how they've are growing to being a staple in our community regarding the Ferndale Community Concert Band. Anyway, please continue with call to audience.
Hi, Mindy Couples, East Marshall Street, Ferndale. So many things to talk about tonight. First of all, I did do some reading on the Vision Zero plan. I think that sounds great. 20 years makes me a little nervous. If anyone wants to know some areas that have potential accident issues, like right in our viewpoint, like East Marshall and Hilton, Vester turning north on Woodward, Troy, like those areas have not been corrected by bike lanes, even though we thought they would. Obviously, you're going to have to take parking spots away, and that's going to be a potential problem that keeps culminating and becoming a bigger and bigger issue in Ferndale. Despite the building of the dot, I don't think that has fixed a lot of parking issues in Ferndale, because as we build the dot, we eliminated parking spots on the street on Woodward, in One-Eyed Betty's parking lot, in One-Eyed Betty's west parking lot, and there's been multiple places that we've eliminated parking, so it continues to be a problem in Ferndale, as you guys all know. Anyways, near the holidays, everyone gets a little anxiety, and I'm like, oh my God, I cannot sleep tonight if I don't go to city council today and say something about some of these issues that I've read about on the agenda. So it's just me kind of getting things out, so hopefully I can go home and do a Manhattan and then fall asleep, because I got to work tomorrow. So I just wanted to speak to council about, I wrote a few things down, so I don't even know if I can read my own writing right now. I just wanted to speak to council about the pending development on Vester. It's obviously been a concern. It's something we've been talking about for a couple years, and obviously it's moving forward. I want to point out that the same businesses that are directly affected by this building that took risks in this city 25 to 30 years ago are going to be directly affected. That is not something that can be calculated. Obviously, council has continued to support the project, and today you are considering a tax exemption for a project that could devastate these businesses. I don't think that it is outrageous to support these businesses somehow, and I have not heard anything about that from council. I don't know if that means that you have to mitigate, I don't know if that means you can say, hey, you have to put parking lot in first, or if the answer is to make the developer build this building as quickly as possible and not let it go on for 3 to 5 years. The fact that the city is considering any kind of tax exemption in a scenario where you're also asking for money from the residents in a Headley override is outrageous to me. And it seems to be completely irresponsible. It's like you're giving away everything to get nothing in return so that a developer can make money.
Andy, thank you for your comments. I would just like to state that that is regular agenda item 8A, and there will be more opportunity for conversations regarding that. But thank you, Mindy, we're hearing you, and We're supportive of the businesses too, and we're trying to figure this out. So I just want you to know that.
Okay, thanks.
Thank you. The audience is still open.
Hi, I am Kyle Hines. I serve as the Housing Trust Fund Manager for Oakland County. Oakland County, the Housing Trust Fund Board has approved and recommended a $3 million investment into the Vester Flats property, and the Oakland County Board of Commissioners has unanimously approved the investment of $3 million into the property. We are aware of the concerns that the local businesses will have near there. Obviously, the construction time will be a hindrance to all parties. However, at the end of the day, this is affordable housing that will provide opportunity for people to live near transportation, near high opportunity amenities, near a great community like Ferndale that is not in an area that is increasingly becoming more unaffordable every day we speak. Inflation keeps going up, rents keep going up. And this is an opportunity for people to be able to continue to live where they want to work, near where they want to work, where they can walk to work. This also opens up, it's a transit-oriented development. It is less than 300 feet from the SMART bus line. You can take that bus with no connections from Ferndale all the way up to Pontiac in about 30 to 40 minutes, or all the way down to One Campus Martius in Detroit in 30 to 40 minutes. When we want to talk about a safe, walkable community, adding those transportation options, taking cars off the roads, and creating transit-oriented developments like this that also are affordable to 50% AMI, this is people that actually work in the restaurants. This is actually people that are doing all of the cleaning. All of our city support staff can live here and not be housing cost burden. So that's why we are supporting this. I understand it is tough for the local businesses and the communities. However, as a affordable housing practitioner, this site is almost a unicorn for us to even be able to invest and provide this in an area that the county hasn't been able to support. So that's why I'm here to, lend our support and let you know that we are financially committed to this project. And but for the pilot ordinance and resolution, this project won't move forward. And it's the same way that the Shepherd House development is moving forward, that has $1 million of county funding. So we just want to make sure that we reiterate that the only way that affordable housing and workforce development happens is through pilot ordinances and the investment of county funds that the Board of Commissioners has approved. So thank you very much. Appreciate your time.
Any more comments for call to audience?
Hi, my name is Michelle Donaldson. I've been a Ferndale resident for 9 years. I'm at 640 La Prairie. I have some questions in regard to the discussion that's about to happen. I understand there will be more time to talk later, but I want to better understand what we're about to embark on. So it is my understanding that Vester is not going to have to fulfill the 72 parking spaces they need for the amount of living facilities. So I would like to better understand that thinking. I would like to understand what the actual tax money number is on this project, comparable to what we're forgiving. So how much are we forgiving if we say yes to the pilot initiative? That's going to help me better understand what type of revenue we're missing out on. And this also helps me think through my thoughts on Headley as a no voter. Sorry, I'm just looking through my notes. I do understand the merits of the pilot program and the good work that it's done in Detroit and other cities. So I'm not against the pilot program. I just want to make sure that we're not hindering ourselves by putting this $60,000 price tag on it. I want to understand those numbers better to make sure that we're supporting ourselves as a city and also supporting the project. And it's very interesting to hear that the developer will now have $3 million more to go into the project. And then I think the last thing I'll say until after that presentation, understanding that the school millage is coming up, if we could have that information available on Monday as we talk through the Headley initiative, I think that will lend to transparency and more constructive conversation. Thanks.
Thank you. So just kind of to summarize what I heard, there was concern about the 72 parking fulfillment, the return regarding taxes on the project, and if we can get the information regarding the school millage to be available during the town hall.
Sorry, one more thing. If you have any notes on comparable pilot monies, so like what does pilot look like in Detroit versus what we're offering in Ferndale and any other surrounding areas? I don't know if you can answer those today, but just to kind of have this full picture fiscal understanding so we don't have any animosity towards the project that's unnecessary.
Thank you. The audience is still open. All right, I will close call to audience at 8:21 p.m. And now we are going on to the consent agenda. Item 7A, approval of the October 28, 2024 meeting minutes. Item 7B, approval of the resolution to adopt a Vision Zero policy to eliminate fatalities and serious injuries from crashes on Ferndale roads. 7C, approval of agreements with Cars Motor Coach LLC for transportation services for the upcoming senior overnight trip to the Grand Hotel on Mackinac Island. 7D, approval of the listed appointments and reappointments to city boards and commissions. 7E, approve the Smartsheet project management software subscription for the annual cost of $6,612. And 7F, approval of the bills and payrolls as submitted by the finance director and subject to review by the Council Finance Committee.
I move we approve the consent agenda.
Or
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly, Mikulski,
Yes.
Malika,
Yes.
Leaks May.
Yes. And now the regular agenda. We have two items because one was removed from the consent agenda. It will be the first item 8A is consideration of a payment in lieu of tax incentive resolution of support for the proposed 141 Vester Development Project.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm just going to set his presentation up for him.
Thank you. Okay, thanks. Thank you for having me tonight. I appreciate the time and being able to present. My name is Matt Walters, and I am the owner and manager of this project, owner of the Walters Group, which is the company that will do this development, if approved this evening. So I've given this general update, presentation last time I was in front of this body a couple months ago, but I'm going to go through it again just for context. So this is the project location at 141 Vester Street, just east of Woodward. This is the master plan for the city of Ferndale that calls for mixed-use development at this site, at this location. That is currently a parking lot, as we've all talked about and heard. Walters Group is a commercial development firm that owns boutique office, industrial, and mixed-use buildings.
And the project team for the Vester Flats would be myself, a gentleman named Eric Toomey, and Krieger Klatt would be our architect. Our contractor, I have O'Brien Construction up there, but that will most likely change. And Cyberkeist Leonard is the civil engineer. This is the existing site, parking lot. And this is a rendering of what the project would be when completed. Another image of the alleyway that runs north and south adjacent to the site. Image of the front door off of Vester. A zoomed out, kind of more bird's eye image of the project, looking southeast. So, as we've talked about in the past, this project is a 72-unit apartment building. It's changed and evolved since I first went in front of the City Planning Commission and then the City Council a couple years ago. Originally, it had an affordable component, a 25% affordable component, and a 75% market rate component. But over time, because of working with the City of Ferndale and the City Council, in my mind, the project has gotten better, much better, and better for the community. I think it serves a population that is that we all know is underserved in the state of Michigan and the United States. And so getting to that point, we converted 75% of the market rate units that were going to be market rates, that were originally planned to be market rate units. We converted those to workforce housing units and kept the 25% of affordable housing at 25%. So that 25% of affordable housing ranges from 50% AMI to 80% AMI. AMI is area median income, and the 75% of market rate apartments transition from market rate to workforce housing, and the workforce housing, the 54 units, is between 80% AMI and 120% AMI, area median income. And later in the presentation, I'll go through exactly those unit counts, exactly which, how many units have the certain percentage of AMI, and then how those income levels correlate to jobs for people that will live here, the tenants for the people that will live here. So the total building square footage is just under 57,000 square feet, and the retail component, which is in that southwest corner and along Vester, is 1,660 square feet, and the total common space in the entire building, the hallways, the front lobby, workout space, bike room, is just over 13,000 square feet. You can see this is the first floor plan, so you can see the yellow is the shared common space. So as I said, there's a workout gym, the lobby, package room, elevators, bicycle room, leasing office for the the property management company, and the purple is the retail. And then you can see the parking spaces. There's 52 parking spaces. So to the point of the 72 the 72 apartments, there are 52 parking spaces for the 72 unit building, and that was approved as part of the PUD zoning a couple years ago. Also, other amenities that are a part of this, there's 8 electrical vehicle charging stations. However, we are bringing conduit to all 52 parking spaces so that it is not as expensive as it would be to make all 52 parking spaces, bring charging stations to all 52 parking spaces. So just trying to tell the future a little bit, if all residents and most everybody's driving electric vehicles, then we'll be able to, in a cost-efficient way, convert all the parking spaces to have charging stations. As I talked about, the permanent bike storage, there's 82 bike spaces in that, not spaces, but there's availability to hang and place 82 bikes in the bike storage room. The site, as we all know, is located close to Woodward and 9 Mile with smart bus locations. We, as part of the PUD, widened, we shifted the building over roughly 6 feet to allow for not just a curb, but a small sidewalk that will run adjacent to the building, between the building and the alley. I'll get into the mural space in a little bit, but there's a wall without any windows where we're going to donate money for a local artist to paint a mural. And then there's exterior bike rack and sitting area in a couple different locations around the outside of the building. So how to build this. So sources and uses is, what you're financing, the financing that you're bringing to the table in order to build the structure. So we will be getting a senior loan from a traditional bank of $11.5 million. We will be getting, or we are applying for, an Michigan Economic Development Corporation loan, low interest loan at $4.1 million. As Kyle suggested, there's the Oakland County Housing Trust Fund low interest loan of $3 million. It's not a grant, it's a low interest loan. And then we're bringing just under $4 million of equity to the project. And that will be, that money, the $22.5 million that's being put together, will then go towards soft costs and construction of the project. What I am here in front of this body tonight, this evening, talking about and requesting is for the payment in lieu of taxes, the pilot, from the city of Ferndale. It was said earlier that this project would not be able to go forward without the incredible partnerships, public partnerships, from the city of Ferndale, the Michigan Economic Development Corporation, and Oakland County, and that is without a doubt true. This is a public-private partnership, and I know there's been a lot of hard work and it's been somewhat exhausting, but I would like to say thank you for the time and appreciating what I'm trying to do, whether this gets passed or not. I do appreciate the time. This project, the city of Ferndale was also asked, what is the city of Ferndale getting versus what they're foregoing? I think Roger might talk a little bit more about he might expand on this, but so in order to do workforce housing and not doing market rate, we're foregoing the market rate rent. And there's a gap then between the income that we would get from a resident in a market rate unit versus the income that we are capped at receiving, the rent that will be capped in order to allow for workforce housing. So the difference between that market rate rent and the affordable rents across 72 units, ranging from 50% AMI to 120% AMI, is that difference is roughly $290,000 a year. So that's a little bit over $4 million over 15 years. So the reason that the project can withstand that is because of the request for the pilot. And without the pilot, if the project were to pay full boat, the full amount of property taxes, the project could not go forward. So this is a but-for situation. I've heard that many times over the past however many years, where this tax abatement is a but-for case. The project wouldn't go forward but for the pilot. So I would also like to say, just dwelling on the pilot for a minute, this, just being on record, the pilot does not have any relationship with any resident in the city of Ferndale. So the city of Ferndale residents pay taxes to the city of Ferndale government. No money from those taxes is being directed towards this project. Not one penny. A tax incentive like the pilot that I'm requesting in front of this body, it's a discount on the taxes that would be paid, the full amount of taxes. But the project wouldn't go forward because it can't, economically, it can't withstand paying the full taxes. So the city of Ferndale wouldn't ever realize those full taxes because the project wouldn't ever move forward without this pilot. So again, this project, this tax abatement, this pilot has no relationship with any city of Ferndale residents' tax dollars that go to city government. Not receiving there's no cash infusion into the project that I would be receiving from the city of Ferndale. It's like going to the grocery store with a coupon. The pilot is a coupon on my groceries. That coupon, my groceries have no effect on any other customers that are paying for their groceries. And the reason that I got the coupon is because I'm delivering workforce housing and affordable housing that is a very needed thing in Oakland County, City of Ferndale, State of Michigan. So, the tax abatement is therefore, me foregoing the roughly $4 million over 15 years that I talked about, from market rate to, not renting to market rate renters and only renting to a capped AMI. That amount that the project is foregoing justifies the pilot in my underwriting. So, again, it's a lot. I apologize if it's confusing or if I don't explain it exactly as well as I should, but I do just want to take a minute to say thank you for the consideration and for the public-private partnerships of the entities that I have on the screen, the City of Ferndale, the MEDC, and the Oakland County Housing Trust Fund. Elaborating on that a little bit, today the property taxes on the site are roughly $15,000 in total. Of that $15,000, if you look at the breakdown of the millage rate, $5,000 of that 15 goes to the City of Ferndale. If this pilot is approved and the project goes forward, what we have negotiated is that it would be a 4% pilot, so 4%, and what does that mean? 4% of gross rents at the project. So what that calculation comes out to be, if you look at the projected gross rent, is roughly $50,000. And then in negotiating with the city, that wasn't enough, and so we added $10,000 that would go directly to the city. It's not part of this millage breakdown, as part of a municipal services agreement, and it would go towards public safety. And then another $5,000 that would go directly to the city that would go to water main infrastructure improvements to mitigate existing lead pipes. Lead mains. And those would be annual payments. So it'd be the $50,000 plus that 15, which would be roughly $65,000. And then if you look at the millage breakdown of what actually goes from the 50 grand, what actually goes to the city, right? The library, the school debt, stormwater, but what actually goes to the City of Ferndale, city operating, refuse, debt service, and city operating voted. I highlighted them in red. What would go to the city every year is just over $30,000. So going back to when I was breaking down the AMIs and the different apartments and which apartments and how many apartments of the various AMI classifications that I was talking about, AMI rates that I was talking about. So 5 apartments of the building would be at 50% AMI, 7 apartments of the building would be at 60% AMI, 21 apartments of the building would be at 80% AMI, 33 apartments of the building would be at 100% AMI, and 6 apartments of the building would be at 120% AMI. Previously, when I gave this presentation, I believe it was about a month and a half ago, 29 apartments were at 100% AMI, and 10 apartments were at 120% AMI. The 120% AMI classification is closer to market rate. So 50% AMI is farthest away. That's the most affordable apartment in the building. And, not affordable. It's the cheapest rent in the building is the 50% AMI apartments. And then the most expensive rent in the building would be the 120% AMI. And the 120% AMI is the closest to market rate. And in hearing comments from the city council last time I was here, we wanted to try to get as many affordable units as possible. And so in negotiating with Roger and Joe, we got more apartments away from that market rate. So we shifted 4 apartments that were 120% AMI, shifted them to be 100% AMI units. And then on the right side there, you can see household incomes that classify, that are a part of those AMI classifications. That information comes from MISHDA, the Michigan, I'm not just throwing out random information that I think is correct. This all comes from the Michigan State Housing Authority. So now taking those AMIs and the household income that I was just talking about and providing examples of jobs. So a 50% AMI classification, child workers, security guards, library technicians, receptionists, 60% AMI classification, truck drivers, hairdressers, laborers, and logistics employees. 80% AMI, construction laborers, machinists, clinical laboratory, technical technicians. 100% AMI, carpenters, elementary school teachers, human resource specialists. 120% AMI, plumbers, pipe fitters, steam fitters. There's obviously a million other examples, but those I thought were good ones to highlight. So I talked about how last time I was in front of this city council, there were a lot of really good suggestions. I mean, things that I definitely would not have thought of. They were, I have to say, they were really good suggestions. There were already community benefits that I had talked about as part of an NEZ tax abatement that I was, this is a year or so ago, year and a half ago or so ago. And I was already talking to the city of Ferndale about what community benefits, on top of the, foregone, the affordable housing and things, what other community benefits this project could provide in light of a tax incentive. And so there were things on this list like the mural and the mural, the public alleyway was already, considered a year ago. We had been talking about it, but there's several things on here that are now on the table that we have agreed to post the last meeting that I had in front of this body. And again, I have to take my hat off to the city council. They were good ideas, very good ideas. So one of those things, in a project like this, you first go for a construction loan. And you get a construction loan, you build the building, and then once you build the building and it's stabilized, then you go for a permanent loan. You refinance the project and you go after permanent debt. Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski had a great idea that if our interest rate that we are projecting when we go after a permanent loan is less than what we're projecting, we're going to save money. That is true. And if we were to save money on that lower interest rate, the city of Ferndale should participate in that and be able to benefit from that. So I'm trying to, can get complicated, so I'm just trying to explain this slowly and make, in my mind, trying to make sure I'm communicating this in a simple way. So we had projected an interest rate of about 5.5%. And so what we're saying is if the interest rate, just to make sure that we hit this so that we know we're paying the city, we had said if the interest rate is less than the permanent loan, if it's less than 6.5%, we will be giving a one-time payment of $55,000 to the city of Ferndale. It's probably the most nuanced and good idea I've ever come across before as for a community benefit. The Vester Flats development will offer 3 more barrier-free apartments than required by building code. The public alleyway. So as part of this, we're going to replace the alley. I showed you a picture of it earlier. So on the screen in the kind of the bottom right hand, you can see that alley. As part of this project, we're going to replace the concrete in that alley so that it's easier for people to walk, because there's obviously a lot of traffic traversing back and forth going to the various businesses along that alley. So as part of the PUD, we had said that we were going to replace that alley. As part of this pilot application and request, we're going to make a one-time payment to the city of Ferndale of $30,000 to go further with public amenities and benches and, you know, whatever is deemed a good fit to go into that alley. The mural, we will be putting $20,000 towards the mural, and a local city of Ferndale artist who is a resident. We will be hiring a resident, an artist from the city of Ferndale, and we will be putting $20,000 towards the painting of that mural. Anything that is not spent of the $20,000 will go to the city of Ferndale for other public art in the city of Ferndale. For example, if we pay end up paying $16,000 for the mural, the other $4,000 will go to the city of Ferndale to be invested in public art throughout the city, anywhere in the city. Water main. So originally we had contemplated paying for the water main that was very, very old on Vester Street, because our project was going to obviously use that water main, and we wanted to make sure that we were doing our part to upgrade utilities. The city went ahead and replaced that water main recently. We did not pay for it. So we are going to, if this is approved, if this body approves the pilot, and this project goes forward, we would reimburse the city the $83,000 that was spent on the water main and that was the cost of the water main being replaced from Woodward to where our water tap would be. Parking. The residents of the proposed and future Vester Flats building who are occupying the 50 and 60% area median income apartments will receive a 50% discount on their parking spaces at the building. Affordable apartments. I touched on this earlier, how we shifted 4 of the 120% AMI units to be 100% AMI units. Again, most of these were all outcomes and ideas from the city council meeting a couple months ago. And then negotiated, and then after that, negotiated with Joe and Roger to come up with these, who are city manager and head of economic development, to come up with these solidified terms. The affordable commercial space. So as I said, there's going to be 1,660 square feet of retail space in that southwest corner of the building, and we will cap the rent of that retail space at $28 gross a square foot. That's roughly $3 or $4 less than what market rate would be. And we also will focus on local tenants, not commercial, not commercial, not, a national chain. Yes, thank you. Correct. Not a national chain. So before the last meeting where I made this presentation, there were 2 meetings with businesses, with the local businesses. Obviously, I don't feel good about making it more difficult on local businesses. I get to carry that weight around with me. It's not fun for me. So doing anything I can to be a good neighbor and to try to mitigate what the concerns that I heard, on top of getting rid of a surface parking lot that patrons for the local businesses utilize, mitigating as much as I can of the concerns that I heard at the meetings that were held before this last update that I gave a month and a half, 2 months ago. So I'm just going to read through these quickly. Alley, not quickly. I'm going to read this word for word, if that's okay. Alley congestion during construction and impact on pedestrians. The alley will be utilized during construction, but the project will never block the alley from vehicle or pedestrian use. Notifying businesses if there will be a utility interruption. Ownership will commit to letting the surrounding businesses know of a utility disruption at least 1 week in advance. I plan to have some kind of email for the project, and then having an email thread or going through the DDA for these notifications. I'm not just saying this. Obviously, there needs to be some kind of plan to do this as well. Do not block on-street vestor parking during construction. So it was told to me that deliveries happen to several of the businesses and restaurants that are on Vestor, and on-street parking cannot block those. Construction workers cannot block those on-street parking spaces, because then deliveries cannot take place. Completely rational request. So the project has committed that we will not block the Vestor Street on-street parking spaces in front of Valentine's Distillery or Scout for more than a couple hours at most. Construction will cause movement of rodents, specifically rats. Ownership will commit to paying for rodent abatement and extermination services to help solve the problem. Ownership will work with businesses to see how frequently this should be done. Construction crews cannot park on residential streets and clogging up the on-street public parking. So in the contract with our construction manager, we will require, again, if somebody's coming for an hour, that won't be a part of this, but if there's daily construction workers, laborers that are on site who are there for more than, let's call it 2.5 hours, 2 hours, this will be written into the construction management contract that the construction crews will park at the Ferndale dot and will be shuttled over every day. When I say shuttled, we're not going to have like a shuttle bus, but there will be cars and possibly shuttle buses that will take the construction workers from the dot to the 141 Vester site. Notification to business owners: if there will be intense noise during construction, ownership will commit to notifying adjacent businesses of intense and abnormal noise that are stemming from construction at least a few days before it takes place. Some existing businesses have loud music and sound coming from their establishments. Do not want new residents in the apartment building to find that to be a negative. Ownership has gone overboard with soundproofing windows and exterior walls to buffer sound. Property management will also write into leases that there is a general understanding that building residents live in a commercial district and sound complaints are not justified. Residents of buildings not being able to utilize City of Ferndale public parking passes, taking away from spaces that could be for customers and business employees. Ownership will work with the City of Ferndale to ensure that Vester Flats residences are not utilizing public parking passes that are taking away from business employees and customers. This is a proposed construction timeline if this project moves forward. We would plan to close on our financing, the sources that I talked about earlier. The Vester Flats development will close on all project-related financing at the end of Q1 of 2025. Early start construction took place in February of 2024, and the vertical construction of the development would begin towards the beginning of Q2 of 2025. Building enclosure: windows of the development will be installed in Q4 of 2025, which will enclose the building. Construction completion: the project construction is estimated to be completed in the Q4 of 2026. Stabilization of development: the residential lease-up for the building will take roughly 9 to 10 months, and building stabilization is estimated to be the Q3 of 2027. Permanent financing: Vester Flats will be seeking to refinance the project out of its construction loan upon stabilization, and plans to close on new permanent debt in Q1 of 2028. That's obviously important, going back to the community benefit where the project will pay the City of Ferndale $55,000 upon refinancing to the permanent loan. That is the conclusion of the presentation. Please, any questions or comments, I'm happy to answer.
So I'd like to, definitely, there'll probably be questions from the audience, but I'd also like to, there were some, figure out how we're going to do this. There were some individuals who are not here tonight that had some emails that they sent to us as well, that I'd like their voices to be heard. I think that what I will do is, first, I will open it up to council for your questions. We have Roger, Mr. Walters there to answer them, and then I think that I'm going to open it up as well to audience if you have questions, since we have the developer here and Roger here. All right, I'm opening it up to council first.
Madam Mayor, can I say a couple things before, and just to, there were some questions asked and I want to make sure they're answered. For the affordable commercial rent rate, that did not make the community benefits agreement. So I'm going to read something into the record. If there is a motion to approve, would appreciate an item K be added, and that is under Section 2 of the Community Benefits Agreement, item K should be added to read, retail community benefit. For the commercial rental space within the development, developer shall charge no more in rent than calculated at a rate of $28 per square foot gross, increased annually by a rate that is the lesser of 3% or the most recent state of Michigan inflation rate multiplier for the fiscal year. Additionally, developer will make commercially reasonable efforts to fill the commercial rental space with a small business not otherwise part of a regional or national chain. And then a couple other things to highlight. One of the questions asked was, what is the developer's total incentive? So the total incentive calculated, the tax abatement essentially, is $3.7 million. That is over 15 years, and it's noted that that is not all city money. The city is a portion of that, 35 to 40%. So of the $3.7 million, about 40% is the city's, or about 1.45 million or so. What is the developer doing in return? The calculated affordable housing cost to the developer is 4.354 million. So what they're doing on affordable housing already exceeds the tax abatement they're getting. Additionally, the community benefits, which are the annual public safety payment, the annual water billing payment, the clawback, the mural, the additional alley improvements, the water main improvement repayment, and the affordable parking permits totals $521,835 of more direct city benefit there. Those are direct city things, so we're not sharing that with the school district or the library district. So overall, the developer is doing substantially more than we are giving them. It should be noted, the current ability to do a market rate project is hard with the interest rates they are in construction costs. But I look at this today that the decision whether this is going to develop was already made 2.5 years ago. The decision today really is, does council want an affordable housing project, attainable housing project with community benefits, or do we want a market rate project? Whether or not that can be financed right now is a separate issue. And it's good to note, if you think about it differently, the Ferndale Housing Commission is a tax exempt organization. If the Ferndale Housing Commission was building here, they would not be asking the city for permission to be tax exempt. They would not be doing any community benefits likely. So because they're a private entity, it does create a need for them to ask the city for this permission versus a housing commission doing a similar type thing. And it was asked too about maybe our neighbor Detroit or other jurisdictions, and what are they doing with pilots? It was perfect timing that about 2 weeks ago, the city of Detroit put out a press release that they actually have fast-tracked pilots. So the current process for Detroit, by the time you apply for a pilot, get it analyzed, get in front of the various community boards and the city council, is about 3 years. They have fast-tracked that if a developer is going to provide affordable housing, either a new build or a rehab of an old build, there's a fast-track process that gets them in about 2 months. So obviously our neighbor sees this as a huge problem for affordable housing. ARPA dollars are expiring, grants are becoming a little bit tighter. The affordable housing crisis is not going away. And so they've looked at it and created a fast-track program for developers to utilize a pilot program. I will add the cost for the things that Matt mentioned. I think he already went over it, but for the additional community benefits, the public safety payment of $10,000 per year is $150,000. The annual water billing payment of $5,000 per year is $75,000 over 15 years. The clawback is $55,000. The mural is $20,000. The alley improvements are $30,000. The water main improvement is $83,835. And the estimated cost for providing the parking permits for those, the 50 and 60% AMI units, is a total of $108,000. And that comes to the total of $521,835. With that said, if you have any questions, I'm happy to answer them.
Through the chair, accountability steps. And I think we talked about this last time. Can you remind me again? So how will we know if things are being kept affordable? How will we know if you refinance? Just what are the process steps there? Who are the people that are going to be involved in that?
Sure. So that's one of the things I hear in the Michigan area, that sometimes cities approve a tax incentive that requires a developer to do certain things and then really does not audit them. So there are some non-financial things that are in the agreement that includes an annual report to the city. So every year they have to provide an annual report which will outline which units are affordable, if they're being rented, how long they're vacant, et cetera. That would be the touch point when we read that report to have any concerns. There's going to be other subsections probably in there. Complaints received from neighbors, issues, any crime issues. There'll probably be a variety of topics in the annual report that'll go just beyond auditing, but there is an annual report There's also a requirement that 3 years prior to the expiration of the pilot, the developers sit down with staff every single year. So in the agreement, it's written that 3 years preceding expiration, they must meet with city staff every year for 3 years. There's also a requirement in there, I think it's 3 or 5 years, that prior to expiration, they will notify people every year for 3 or 5 years. That way, people will know it's expiring and start planning out things or being able to call the city. There's also, when they sign the lease, an acknowledgement that they understand it is an affordable unit. It is controlled by a pilot, and that will expire at a certain date. So there's a number of auditing and notice items in there for residents.
The chair, can I ask one more question? Matt, this is a you question, and it goes back to your presentation. Can you show me the slide again with the rent rates?
Yep. Oh, yeah, thanks.
I'd like to know the,
This one? No.
maybe,
You said the slide with the rental rates, right?
that's correct.
Yeah, this one. Yep.
So what would be the lowest rental rate expected and the highest rental rate in dollars?
If you will just give me one moment, so I can look up the MISTA chart. Oh, thank you. So the lowest rent will be $840. And that's for a studio. And the highest rent will be, this is for a 2-bedroom, would be $2,500. And there's all in between, right? $1,000 for 1-beds, $1,300, sorry, for studios, $1,300 for 1-beds, $1,400 for 1-beds, and then it's based on these AMI types. It's not staggered, but just various rental rates in between those two, the lowest and the highest.
Okay, great.
Through the chair, I have a question. I was reading through the pilot and noticed that the public safety and water annual payments didn't include an inflation adjustment. Would you be willing to add one to ensure that the payments are keeping up with inflation?
Yes, I think that's a really good suggestion. We have an escalator on a couple other things related to this, so yes, we'd be willing to do that.
Through the chair. So after 15 years, all agreements end. You have the opportunity to turn this into 100% market rate housing. Is there the opportunity to renegotiate extending that at any point? I don't know if that's a Roger question or.
I can answer it. It's actually it's in the project's best interest to renew. So what we have requested with the city is to build in, now there's approvals that are needed in order to get the renewal, but based on bank financing likes consistency. Bank financing does not like, okay, you're going to have 15 years of this and then flip it and be something else. So when I'm getting a loan and it's amortized over 30 or 35 or 40 years, the bank likes consistency to make sure that it's the same during that whole period of time. So it's in my best, I would really prefer to extend it as long as I can. And so we have built into the agreement, if this is approved, that I would, with approvals from the city, that I would be able to renew for another 15 years, another 15 years after that.
So I find that interesting because I would think after 15 years, your obligation is complete. You have the investment that you needed in the project. If you convert that to all market housing, you're making more money on the project now.
Making more money, but paying everything, the entire amount in taxes as well. And when I go get a loan from a bank,
they're going to underwrite it. It's better for me to show that I have a project for 30 years, 45 years that just stays the same, and they go, okay, look at that, there's consistency in the numbers, in the projections for the project. And so it'll be, my financing might be conditional upon that. I don't know that yet, but it might be conditional on that.
Okay.
So.
And just to be clear, you talked about a few slides back, you talked about the sources.
Sources, yeah.
All of those are loans. Those aren't.
Correct.
It's not the county giving you, $3 million. It's not MEDC giving you 4.1. It's
Correct.
just a loan, but with a very low interest rate.
Correct. As we all know, interest rates are very high today, and so it makes it very difficult to finance a project without some kind of mezz debt.
Yeah.
Mezz debt is considered to be other debt on a project other than your senior loan. And so the MEDC and the Oakland County Housing Trust Fund offer these low-interest loans for exactly those reasons, because it's hard to finance projects. So exactly to your point, council member, the project is not receiving grants from either the MEDC or the Oakland County. They are low-interest loans that have to be paid back.
Yeah, and I appreciate you making the clarification earlier too about the fact that the city isn't giving you money. It's not using taxpayer monies to help you, produce this project. The benefit is that instead of charging you the entire amount that taxable value, we're only taxing you a portion, which again is still much higher than we're currently receiving now every year, which is $1,000.
That is exactly correct.
And what you're giving us in return is the opportunity for lower income people to have affordable housing.
Correct. Correct. Very well put.
Thank you.
I will simply add that as Matt, you noted, Detroit did adopt the pilot ordinance a few weeks ago. I was involved in the creation and passing of that ordinance in Detroit through my job. And I will say that, our pilot ordinance does very much mirror what Detroit did. It mirrors the state statute because it has to by law. But I will say that the benefits agreement that we've negotiated here, and Matt will know this from his earliest days with the city of Detroit himself, this is a community benefits agreement that's better than many I've seen. And I write up the fiscal analysis of every development deal that Detroit does. And I've never had a developer offer as much and be as willing to accommodate a city that has high expectations. We have high expectations. We expect a lot from our developers to be good partners, to be good neighbors. And this agreement is one of the most generous for a city that I've ever seen. And so, I think I don't want it to get lost in the mix that thank you for being a good partner, for meeting with us and, hanging in there for a couple years. You're right. Council Pro Tem, Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski's suggestion is innovative. It's cutting edge for Michigan. The clawback of savings on, refinanced debt. I mean, I hadn't even thought of that. And believe me, I have now taken that suggestion to my boss as a suggestion for something we should definitely look at talking about with developers in Detroit. So thank you for being willing to be innovative like that and offer us these things.
Yep.
It has not gone unnoticed.
Happy to. It's all about partnership, as we talked about. This is a public-private partnership, and I value that. I would like to add, the city of Detroit adopted their pilot ordinance one day after the city of Ferndale. So the city of Ferndale is being innovative in their approach to housing, and they beat the city of Detroit, and city of Ferndale adopted that ordinance before most communities have. So.
And I did rub that in the faces of my colleagues.
It's good.
Right. Any other questions or comments? First, I'd like to, before we move on to additional questions, I think I just want to make sure, and maybe City Manager, you can confirm that the schools have their meetings the same night as council. So if they're discussing anything like this, it's probably something we're not aware of just yet as far as their millage intentions, for sure. I mean, wouldn't
Yes.
that be voted on with them?
Yeah, through the chair, to clarify, the school board is a completely different taxing jurisdiction with a completely different vote responsibility. Their property taxes or their bond initiatives are separate from the city. So we can coordinate with them, but we're not responsible for their millages and they're not responsible for ours.
And then regarding, I, for one, can appreciate all of the work and all of the incentives that you put into this, Mr. Walters, and Roger, for you also collaborating with Mr. Walters. There is, however, of course, an elephant in the room regarding the parking, and I would like to hear more about those updates regarding the 180 Vester.
So, sorry, it says November 12th, it should say the 13th. So as we talked about before, the Walters Group has a contract with Dennis Soma, the owner of the 180 Vester site. And we have been working diligently over the past, call it 5 months or so, on making this parking garage a reality. I will say, I don't have a new image, but the parking garage does not look, it does not look like that anymore. It's not a bad thing, just doesn't look exactly like that. So this proposed parking garage that we are actively working on would be 159 parking spaces with 1,500 square feet on the ground floor. Total development budget would be about $15 million. We would like to start construction in October of 2025. It says I made another mistake. It says February 2026. It should say February of 2027. So sorry. So to date, the site plan extension request was approved by this body in February of 2024. I was engaged along with my partner Eric with a contract with Dennis in July of 2024. We engaged Colasani Construction, who's kind of the premium concrete contractor, but also construction manager of parking garages in Southeast Michigan and state of Michigan. And really started value engineering the deal, putting a budget to it, working with Fishbeck, who is the architect and engineer of the project as well. And it was more spaces. It was roughly 185 spaces. We took a floor off to save. It was going to be 5 stories. We now have it down to 4 stories. Again, just trying to make it as cost efficient as possible to build the most parking spaces that we can, but without making it too expensive, because obviously this has to pencil. Going back to the sources and uses concept that we were talking about with Vester Flats, obviously the uses, I said, is roughly $15 million. The construction is roughly $15 million. We have to come up with sources in order to pay for that $15 million. So we've had conversations with Huntington Bank, who sells bonds specifically for this, not public bonds, but bonds that would provide debt for this project. We're talking with the Eagle and other sources of funding that we think, again, kind of going back to the low interest loans from the MEDC in Oakland County, figuring out where we can get low interest debt for the parking garage, possibly grants, so that we can pay for it.
As I talked about, the owner of the parking garage at the end of the day is Zoma Investments. The Walters Group is a fee developer, owner's rep, and small minority partner. Construction management would be Colasani Companies. Law firm is Yaldo and Associates, and the architect and engineer is Fishbeck, who I believe the city of Ferndale is already acquainted with. They do really good work. So some of the public-private partnerships that I was referring to, sources of financing, a brownfield TIF, tax increment financing. An eligible expense is a parking garage, so going after a brownfield TIF for this project. Again, it's just like the pilot, it has nothing to do with city of Ferndale residents paying their taxes. It's not a cash contribution to the project from the city of Ferndale. It's pretty much a reimbursement of taxes that are paid. So we will be pursuing a brownfield TIF for the project. We are talking with Joe and Roger about the city of Ferndale leasing spaces at the parking garage. We are also looking at an Eagle grant for up to $1 million that we feel favorable towards, and those would be sources that are outside of your normal debt and equity. So we're making great progress on the parking garage. We've kind of redesigned the interior of it to save space. Originally, the parking garage there were other factors that they were contemplating that are no longer factors, and so we were able to move elevators and staircases and make the deck more efficient, which brought the price down per space. So we're making good progress.
And open it up to council.
Through the chair. When do you expect to have some initial plans to the Planning Commission?
We should probably after the holidays in early January. We're putting the brownfield application together right now. Fishbeck is putting new drawings together for kind of the value engineer, not the 5 stories, for the 4 stories. So I would say January.
Okay, thank you.
And can you remind me what the number of parking spaces, in the 4-story, the four?
159.
59, okay.
Yep. We believe that that's also, so the parking lot that would be going away if the Vester Flats project moves forward is 72 spaces. The other thing with the 5th floor, it was 200 spaces, or it was over 200 spaces. We weren't sure if between Monday and Thursday, if the market would exactly absorb 200 spaces. So we think roughly 160 spaces is something that the market would absorb. Obviously over the weekend, it for sure would, but it's got to be cost effective. We don't want it to be vacant for 4 or 5 days out of the week, so.
And to the city manager, the conversations we're having about leasing the spaces, what kind of, would we be metering I know this is early days, so I don't want to commit us to anything right now live as we go, but, are we talking about like metered public parking spaces? Are we talking about leasing them to use for city staff parking? Like, what are we talking about when we talk about leasing? Just a little bit more.
Yeah, at this point, a lease agreement conceptually would be metering those spaces like they would be city surface lot spaces. We would earn transient parking revenue on those spaces, and that revenue would be used to offset the cost of the lease space.
Okay. Got it.
Through the chair, is there any possibility that Dennis Zoma would be willing to take down his building and have an empty lot that we could use in the meantime that could be parking? Is that feasible?
We'd have to buy the business.
Okay.
So.
You want to buy the business?
I'm having trouble enough financing Vester Flats. So it would come at a price. So it's not a crazy question. It would just come at a price.
He would, because he wants to keep the business in Ferndale, so the plan with this parking garage is he would move Ferndale Collision to another location within Ferndale.
Okay.
So in order to move the business, you know, there's a price tag associated with demoing the building, moving the business somewhere else. There's debt that he has associated with his business, so.
Yeah. I see a little bit of a head nod from you, Eric. Is this something that you're inclined to do as well? Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, through the chair, on that topic, what's stopping him from doing that now? I mean, if he does it now, it's not any different than if he does it a year from now before you break ground.
It's just coming up with the money.
Yeah.
Yeah. There's just a price tag associated with it, so.
So I guess his intentions to use, well, I need to back up. So are you owning this project, or I thought it was a partnership with Dennis?
It is.
Okay.
But I'm his development representative. So Eric and I are working on this with him because Dennis is not in the business of real estate development. So Eric and I are working with him constantly on figuring this out.
Okay.
From the construction and financing perspective.
Okay, so you basically have to wait until the plans are approved by Planning Commission in order to go for your loan, in order to pay for the moving of his business and the demolition of the building to go forward.
Exactly. So the money that would be used to pay for the business to move it elsewhere in the city of Ferndale would come from, you said it, the debt.
Yeah.
And equity and, you know, possibly the Eagle grant and whatever other sources we can cobble together.
Okay, thanks.
Yep.
And just to remind me, the timeline on figuring out that finance stack, roughly when is that?
We're in the middle of doing it right now. It's going to take a little bit. So the plans we're working on, as I stated before, we'll probably come back in January with those updated plans. The financing, I mean, we'd be going to get term sheets from whoever it is that would be sourcing the money that's part of the capital stack. That would lag. That would probably come, February, March, something like that of next year. Maybe a little bit later. Some of it might come earlier than that, right? The senior debt would take much longer.
Any additional questions through the chair? All right. So I think that first, why don't we take this opportunity, if you're prepared to read the emails that we received in support or against the project?
Sure.
Pilot, rather.
So we received 2 emails. Here is one to address to the city council. We want to thank you again for, I need to read that part. This is to let you know that the Lodge Board of Directors met on November 12, 2024, and the above subject topic was on the agenda. We want to share a few points with you that derive from our discussion. 141 Vester Flats project, as previously communicated, our lodge does not have an issue with this project itself. We see this project as a positive development of the Vester corridor, beautification of the street and the adjustment alley, more foot traffic in the area, and a potential membership base for our lodge. The decision on the tax incentive for the developer, we trust that the city is going to move forward with an agreement that will benefit the community and the city affairs, as this topic has no direct effect on our operations. Thus, we have no position on this matter. New parking deck in discussions. It's our understanding that the project to develop the parking deck at the southwest corner of Vester and Bermuda is picking up momentum. The Lodge Board is enthusiastically for this development and is hopeful that this development is going to get approved and realized within the time frame provided by the developer. Impacts on the 141 Vester Flats project, temporary parking shortage. We understand that this project will create a temporary deficit of parking in the Vester area. We hope that the construction period will be on track and that this deficit might be mitigated by construction of items above. Permanent loss of parking. Our lodge board is very concerned that if proposed parking deck on Vester is not going to be realized, the Vester Flats development is going to create a permanent deficit of parking in the northeast quadrant. The deficit will have a negative impact on the operations of our lodge. We hope that you will continue getting us involved in the discussion and will provide notifications on how this proposal is progressing. Inconvenience. We understand the construction of Vester Flats will create temporary inconveniences. The lodge board is asking that there is a liaison for the project we could contact about potential issues. We also ask that there is clear and advanced communication regarding factors that could affect our operations. Electricity or water shutoff, blockage of Vester, this communication will be crucial for us. The lodge board of directors wanted to be clear that we are not against this project nor the approval of a tax incentive to allow for affordable housing. However, we decided to write this letter so you can review and process at your convenience our concerns about the negative impact this project could have on the well-being of our lodge. Thank you very much for your leadership. And that is from Oscar Renat, chairman of the board of directors for Ferndale. Also got a letter here. I won't be able to attend the city council meeting this evening, but I wanted to voice my support for the 141 Vester Street development project, specifically as it relates to AA consideration of payment in lieu of taxes, tax incentive resolution of support for the proposed 141 Vester development. For background, my wife and I have lived in Ferndale for 5 years and been homeowners for 2 years. We have a baby and know Ferndale will be a wonderful place to raise our family. We love the walkability, vibrancy, diversity, and sense of community that Ferndale provides. I believe there is a tremendous opportunity for local leadership to strengthen our community in many ways and make it more vibrant, financially resilient, particularly in the wake of the Headley vote, affordable, and a magnetic place to be. Developing surface parking lots to provide housing, commercial opportunities, and make a place just more interesting to walk around and keep people in the area is a big piece of that puzzle. Here are a few quick thoughts on why I support this development. Financially, property tax, even with pilot, with mixed-use development, vastly exceeds a surface lot. Mixed-use development provides people different reasons to be in certain areas, help people spend more time in the area, and make an area safer. Vibrancy. Surface parking lots are not what's drawing people to visit and spend time downtown. Housing affordability is what's on everyone's mind. The Vester development provides more options for people who want to live in Ferndale but can't afford or otherwise are interested in single-family homes. Concerns over lost parking are valid, but in my mind, not nearly enough to outweigh the benefits. It is not good that someone feels they need a car to contribute to society in America. In my opinion, cities have the tools to help. I have a ton of thoughts and ideas, but at the end of the day, Ferndale is a wonderful place and there's so much we can do to make it more vibrant, financially resilient, magnetic to visit, and stay and open for all. Development of surface lots is a great place to start. Thank you for your time, Jack Jacobs.
And now I would like to open it up to audience who has comments regarding what you heard tonight.
Rufino Valentine, 610 La Prairie. I used to think I was a decent businessman. After seeing the money that you guys are throwing at a wealthy developer, I am a complete idiot. I am an idiot. I feel like I'm in the twilight zone here. You spent the first half of this meeting figuring out how we're going to raise taxes on our hard-working residents, on our businesses. The second half of the meeting is, how can we give this guy more money? He admitted straight to you, he admitted that the deal is better when he has the incentives. not just uncapped. He said, I'd rather have the incentive. That is an admission that this is money going into his pocket. And I will say, no, this is not. This is very disingenuous when you say that a tax incentive, oh, it's not giving him money. A tax incentive, damn straight, is money in his pocket. I run a business. Taxes that I don't have to pay are straight in my pocket. And that tax burden ultimately falls on all the other taxpayers. The people who have lived here for 30 years, the businesses who have been here for 20 years. It falls on them, whether you want to admit it or not. You know that's what happens. I thought we were done with this crazy stuff with the last administration. She got out of town. She didn't have to deal with the consequences. The city manager's scurrying out of here. He doesn't have to deal with the consequences. We do. This is absolute insanity. I can't believe that you're asking us for a tax increase and you're shoving it in his pocket. $65,000 a year for a $22 million project? Are you nuts? My tiny little business, I think we write a check for $30,000 out of our properties. We write a check for $30,000. You telling me a $22.5 million project is twice mine? I'll trade that any day. I don't believe that you guys are going to do that. I thought we were going to have to rot with this project, but there was no, I said, no way is Ferndale going to ask for taxes increase on their residents, and then they were going to pass this. You guys used to call it a $1.7 million tax incentive. You knew you couldn't do that after asking for a Headley override. So you changed it to a pilot. It sounds really nice. Payment in lieu of taxes. It's still the same thing. It's on our backs. And not only that, my $30,000 payment, that's going away. Mr. Dinero Bags of Oakland County here, cheap $1 million loans. He said restaurant workers need to work. They need someplace to live. Where are they going to work when I'm out of business? Are you forgetting they have to go work someplace? This is insanity. How on earth are you guys even considering this? This should be a no-brainer. No on taxes. You can't go to the residents and ask them for an increase and then give it away to a wealthy developer. That's insanity.
Thank you. Our clerk will get it.
Hey. Good evening, Michael Hennis, the owner of the restaurant Housed by You. Another 3 minutes on this topic, and probably the last one. I'm asking council to build a solution before you build the apartments. Almost everyone agrees that currently there's barely enough parking for the businesses in this quarter of the city. And almost everyone agrees that attainable housing is a good idea too, but let's not favor one business over the other. There's 1,500 seats, there's over 1,500 seats in our little quarter of Ferndale, 11 restaurants, clubs, bars, et cetera, and there's currently 200 spaces that directly support these businesses. There's quotes from the Fishbeck, so this council knows Fishbeck, the 2023 Fishbeck parking study authorized by the city quoted, Eastside Woodward currently exceeds 100% capacity on weekends with current inventory. The 141 project will further decrease inventory by 107 spaces. If Otis reopens, they added, it'll require another 60 to 100 spaces, but we're not talking about Otis right now. All the other parking studies say the same thing, including the one that I gave you there. When we were talking about this the last time, we didn't have access to these, so I kept asking for it. The author had mailed me that copy. You have a copy of this on the DDA's website, but it omits all of those graphs. All the graphs on the east side are admitted from that's those studies that are posted. From the packet that I read, you have said the city's parking department and developer are collaborating on potential parking mitigations, discussing financial structure for the proposed parking garage. Potential mitigation and proposed solutions will not fix the problem. It's great that they're doing this work on it, but if this doesn't go through, the businesses can't recover from this. Nothing in the place is guaranteed, and once they start work on the apartments, there won't be the urgency to fix the parking solution. At some point, it's just too difficult. We just have to walk away. We can't get the grant. We can't get this or that. There's no guarantee that we're done. The only way to make sure that the potential solutions become a reality is to finalize and finish them first. And that's what we asked the last time around, is approve it, but do it in the proper order. Do it the way Birmingham did it. Build your structures, let the rest fill in. The council declares the solution must be in place before the apartments are built. Both projects would be completed much faster and with less impact on everyone, including the surrounding neighborhood. Developers are building attainable housing, but they are still a profit corporation. Why are we putting their interests ahead of ours and our employees and our neighbors? If the council approves this, do it in the correct order. Fix the problem and then build the apartments.
Thank you, Mr.
Thank you.
Hennis.
Hello, Ray Crusette, 268 Pearson. I've been a resident for over 25 years. I own some properties in Detroit, some duplexes and single-family homes. They're all rehabbed, and my property tax is approximately 20% non-homestead of gross rent. The pilot looks like it's around 4%, I believe. And I guess my concern is it all pegged to inflation for the entire 15 years? Because if it's not pegged to inflation, it's going to be a very small incentive for Ferndale after 15 years. So maybe I could get some clarification on that.
I don't believe the state statute.
Annual shelter.
Yeah.
Inflation's about.
It's 4% every year of the annual shelter rents. So it's 4% every year of the annual shelter rents, the gross rent.
3%
Where it's
Good evening. My name is Justin Steenberg. I live at 260 West Drayton. I just have a couple of comments and questions. First of all, I'm happy to see that our residents and city council is so discerning with our developers. I'm also happy to see that there are people that want to invest in our community. Couple things I'd be interested in seeing, especially since there's public money involved in this, whether it's a loan or tax abatements. I work in construction. One thing I really like to see is responsible contracting and developments like this that ensure both worker and public safety, ensure that the workers on the project are licensed, the apprentices are in a registered apprenticeship program with the state, things like that. It both protects worker safety and public safety. It also helps ensure that these tight timelines of 18 months for a large project like this are going to be met and that it's going to be a quality project that's being completed. I'm a day late and a dollar short on this, but you know, I was just at the Oakland County, the Tri-County Summit, and there was a presentation by the Department of Homeland Security there, and they said one of the biggest threats to our communities in this region is flooding, and climate change, essentially. And two of the things that our local communities should be doing are addressing our water infrastructure and our, attempts to green our communities, essentially. So I think I want to know if the developer has been working with the Great Lakes Water Authority to ensure that the additional burden on our storm and sewage systems is going to be adequate for this, to ensure that it's not going to cause flooding in our neighboring communities. And also, I'd like to see some kind of green space or rain gardens to help mitigate water runoff that would potentially be going to the stormwater systems. And then, we could also consider, that's a very large footprint of a building there, maybe potentially putting solar on top of that or something, or a green roof, again, to mitigate storm runoff. And then I also agree with the previous gentleman that this parking garage should be put before the development. Part of the reason I live in Ferndale is because of the vibrant community, the vibrant businesses, the people that have been investing in this community for a long time. And while I do want to see affordable housing and I want to see more development of these empty spaces, I do want to ensure that the needs of the community are going to be met first and foremost. So thank you.
I can note that our city building code requires that all new construction and development does have stormwater detention and retention strategies. So all new construction in Ferndale does have to take into account impacts on the stormwater system, for sure.
Hi, Sharon Chess. Last time, I promise. One thing that disappoints me is especially the two businessmen that, chose to step up to defend their businesses. I don't think council and residents even understand what has gone on with these businesses over the last 5 years. It started with COVID. Where businesses had to close or slow down and, lay off workers and just do business differently. Soon after we recover from COVID, then we do the road diet and we've eliminated parking and made it more difficult for distributor trucks to deliver products to those businesses, and access to the businesses has become limited, even with that parking lot that's right there and you pay $4 to park. We've put these business owners who have been true to every event that has taken place here in Ferndale. They've supported it in so many ways. They've invested with the residents, the events, the city. They've supported in every way. And I just don't think we're taking into consideration their problem, because by doing what's being done and eliminating parking is it also devalues their business. So even if they chose to sell their business and go up to Birmingham or someplace else and reopen, they're losing money even by selling their business. So they're in a catch-22 situation here. They don't feel that the city's got their back, and they don't believe they're being heard. And I think that, there should be a meeting with these business owners to say, hey, how can we help, instead of ignoring the situation and going ahead anyways. Because these businesses are instrumental to the success of Ferndale. They draw people from all over the place. So thank you.
Hi again. Michelle Donaldson, 640 La Prairie. To the city manager's point, I just want to clarify that I think having the information as much as possible on Monday in regards to the school millage will just lend to better understanding, less speculative conversation around these kind of, for lack of a better term, comorbid financial issues. So we can just kind of eliminate those non-factual conversations that happen. And then I wanted to thank everybody involved for answering my questions so quickly before that discussion happened. After that discussion happened. And I was hoping Matt, the developer, could speak to sustainability of building materials and what long-term maintenance and standards look like. Thanks.
I do, I think so. Matt, do you want to address those questions since we're on topic here?
The first one I'd like to address is stormwater mitigation strategy. So we're going to install water cisterns underneath the building and underneath the parking lot. That will be our detention and retention, part of our detention and retention program. Sorry, the question related to? Maintenance of the building? Got it, okay. Long-term maintenance of the building, we will have two property management, so there'll be two maintenance guys and a leasing person on site. So those two maintenance guys will be responsible for, obviously, cleaning of and we'll have vendors as well that are, cleaning the alley that the sidewalk that's adjacent to the building, cleaning the streetscape, the sidewalks in front of the building, and the perimeter of the site. Trying to think on the sustainability of the materials. I don't know the answer to that one, but I can ask and get back. I'm not sure if we're like I know there's some sustainability component to the HVAC system that we're using, but I don't know exactly what it is. Butcher the explanation or get it wrong. I think that's it. Yeah, back to the gross rent. Sorry, through the chair, back to the gross rent. So when the rent, 4% of the gross rents, and the rents will increase, right? MISTA, the AMI chart that MISTA comes out with every year, there usually is an increase of 3 to 5% in those AMI rents. So the rent won't go up that much every year, because it's not like market rate where I'm just seeing who will pay what, but it'll go up by what the AMI standards are set by MISTA, but there is an increase every single year. So the 4% of whatever that number will go up, will grow. For 15 years, yeah. There's also, and then Councilmember Kelly earlier in this meeting also asked for an escalator on the 15,000, the 5,000 that goes to stormwater infrastructure replacement, and then 10,000 that goes to public safety. I think that's what you asked for, right? Yeah. So I'm not sure what that'll look like, but let's say it's 3%. So there'll be a 3% escalator on that 15 grand every year. So that'll go up as well. So it'll be, the $50,000, just go back to that slide. I'm trying to think about this in my head and I don't.
It would be an additional 54,000 with the 3% adjustment over 15 years.
Got it. For the 15 grand, right?
Yeah.
Got it. So the $10,000 and you can't see it. The $10,000 and the $5,000 that go straight to the city, that would go up with whatever the escalator turns out to be. Let's call it 3%. And the $50,000 that gets paid, that gets broken down in the millage rate, that's the 4% that's based on the gross rent, and the gross rent will increase. So both of those numbers will go up. To your point, to your question. Yep.
Thank you, Mr. Walters.
Yep.
So I'd like to open up to council for any additional questions before a motion is made.
I do, Your Honor. Your Honor. It's technically right. Actually, it is. You are, Your Honor. So I did want to make a clarification. So there's been a lot of talk about the stormwater retention. Right now, it's a paved lot. The surface area isn't going to change.
Correct.
So the amount of water going onto that property isn't going to increase because you put a building on it. What is going to increase is it's going to decrease is the reduction of water going into the storm system with the cisterns underneath the park, because right now there's nothing under there. It's going right into the system and overwhelming it. So it's actually a very huge improvement that will happen, and it's not going to change the amount of rain that's being collected on the property.
That is correct. It's 100% impervious surface right now.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hope I'm not getting into some trouble. So stop me. But, there's been a lot of conversations about changing the timing of these projects, that the parking structure project should come before the apartment structure project. They're two separate projects. They're not on the table at the same time. And the Vester Flats project has already been approved. It's been approved by Planning Commission. It's been approved by Council. What we're approving tonight is just the pilot. Right. Okay. So this project is going to move forward in some way, shape, or form. Based on what I'm understanding of the developer, if we don't approve the pilot tonight, he's going to go back to a drawing board that looks like market rate housing, potentially. If we force upon them, and I'm using probably the wrong term, that they have to build this project, the parking project first, what's the legal ramifications that we face by forcing this person to have to change all of their plans on their project for a completely separate project that he's involved in, but not a sole investor in that project?
Through the chair, I'd like to avoid specifics.
I know, but I want to put it out there.
Those scenarios, I would say that the developer right now has a authorization to construct the PUD plan that was approved by the Planning Commission and Council for the period of time that the approval remains, which is another year or so. So that he has a interest in pursuing that development, and if I would caution against changing that interest that he currently has. As it relates to the pilot, that's a different consideration that is before you this evening. But I would, I don't think that you can tie it to a different project.
And that's the thing.
Or say to stop on proceeding on a project that he already has approval for.
Okay, and that's what I needed to really hear, is that we're in a situation where the time for that conversation of delaying this project any further is in the past. We're beyond that at this point, and saying that this parking structure has to be built beforehand.
Through the chair, while he has a valid approved PUD, planned unit development plan.
Sure. Yeah. If he delays it, because I don't know I don't remember when you were approved, but you have a 2-year period. And I don't even know if the interest on your property, I'm assuming that you're paying the current property owner, month to month to month, in an agreement.
I own the property, but I have debt on the property.
You do own, okay, you have debt payment though.
Yeah.
So, we could ask you to delay it. That would be your choice. that would be your option. That's nothing that council can do, I don't believe, from a legal standpoint, to say, sorry, you're going to have to hold your project. I don't disagree that it would be great to have the parking structure before this building is done, but we're not at that point. We're not at that point in time anymore. That was 2 years ago, maybe. Tonight, all we can do is either approve or deny the pilot. Based on what I understand, if we deny it, you're going to lose the support of your county and MEDC funding, and it basically goes to market housing. Am I not correct in that?
You're correct. I mean, I don't want to pretend like I'd be able to just move forward tomorrow with a market rate deal. I'd have to go restructure the whole, my term sheets with debt, with everything is all related to a pilot and affordable and attainable housing. So I would have to go restructure the deal to be market rate.
Sure.
Through the
I would
chair,
do that, yeah. I mean,
I'd also add that many of the dollars being invested in workforce housing across the county are rooted in ARPA dollars, and those all have to be expended on a clock by 2026. So adjusting that timeline is going to change calculations for whoever that lender is who's using ARPA as a source of dollars.
Yep, that's true.
Well, and if I may add, I'm sure the county would look at Ferndale a little differently if we're all of a sudden just not approving pilot programs that they've worked very hard to invest in for affordable and attainable housing. So we might burn that bridge too.
Through the chair, remind me again of the timelines on the parking structure versus the 141, or God, I can't even remember the name. It's 141, right?
investors. Yep, you got it. Yep.
Too many investors. When we had the meeting at Folio, I was under the impression that there would be concurrent development potentially. Is that still correct?
That's correct. Yep.
Okay.
The objective for the parking garage, to the chair, the objective for the parking garage would be to start construction in late 2025.
Okay. And that is probably the best we're going to do, right? There's
Correct.
no way that parking structure would come.
Yeah, because the debt financing, going to get the loan is going to be timely.
Right. Okay.
And through the chair to the city manager, I think this is something we can keep talking about. I want to take Mr. Hennis's point and Ms. Chess's point. We've definitely heard them. In the meantime, while we're undergoing this, while we're waiting for the garage to be constructed, can we work on some solutions that may offer mitigation in the short term? Because it's one thing if we have to offer mitigation for like 5 years. But we're not talking about that kind of time frame. We're talking about mitigation for some smaller period of time. So maybe we can work through some solutions in partnership with Mr. Hennis and Mr. Valentine and figure out kind of what maybe we can do to assist getting people, alleviating this burden in the short term. Whether that's, I don't know what that looks like, and I'm literally ideating on the fly, but something that we might be able to pull off that may help get people to where they need to go, these businesses, in this time while we're waiting for the garage to be constructed. I feel like we can probably figure something out. I don't know what that something is, and I don't want to make any promises to the public, but I feel like we probably can problem solve something.
Through the chair, there are 2 actions that we've worked on behind the scenes in the past few months that are not fully ready for your presentation, so I usually don't talk about those, but I can say that we have submitted a conceptual offer to Credit Union 1, which is a proposal to lease their surface lot spaces and the lower level for certain periods of time. And it's just really an initial offer. And we are waiting. The mayor and some council members are trying to help me speak directly to the credit union board and their VP to see if we can find a way to negotiate that opportunity because I think it's a great opportunity. And then secondly, we asked for public parking to provide a amendment to their existing contract that could add valet services to the contract. It's an efficient way to approach it because we have an excellent relationship with our existing parking operator. Nationally, Republic and their other states provide valet services as part of their portfolio, so they have experience in standing up an operation and supporting an operation and communicating on that operation. They have submitted a draft proposal, but we haven't reviewed that legally, and I don't have a confirmed estimate on a final cost. But once that cost is available, of course, we'll have to talk about the revenue pots that we could have to subsidize that change. I expect both of those things to be ready for your review within the next 3 to 4 weeks, if not earlier.
When we say valet services, what we mean is folks would, at least conceptually, folks would park at Credit Union 1 and then they would be essentially be given, they would be able to get a ride, kind of like a short Uber. Shuttle.
There's two.
Thank you.
Right now, there's two valet plans that have been drafted, again, not reviewed by the police department or anyone else, and we do require that. The first one conceives of a pick up and drop off valet location, valet stand, if you will, around the Vester parking lot area, somewhere on that block, and then that could take you to City Hall lot, which the parking study that was referenced shows has significant capacity most nights. But it's just a little bit out of the walking range of most drivers. So this could cure that. And then the second one, that's what we can control. And I asked them to design a plan for something we can control. We can't control Credit Union 1's lease, but we can control the City Hall lot. So that's the valet plan for what we can control. What we can't control would be this Credit Union 1, but we do have a plan that would have pickup and drop off in the City Hall lot. And valet runners would drive that down to the Credit Union 1 and drive back. That's within the best practice of 2 to 3 running range. You want to stay about 2 to 3 blocks for your max valet running time. And so those two plans are being studied. We have to submit those for circulation review by to the special events and police. But then, once we have that, I think, within the next 3 weeks, council could have a decision point on what we can control, and we'll continue to work on Credit Union 1.
And this is something, this would be sort of to bridge this gap while we're getting through this hurdle.
Yes, if we can fund the proposal for valet services, that could be implemented in conjunction with everything, if not prior to.
And just for clarification, that would be funded through the parking program, not through the general fund.
The parking fund and or a contribution from the DDA as well would be two viable revenue sources to consider.
Mm-hmm.
Any other comments, questions from council?
No, thank you, Joe. I like what I hear.
Then we need a motion, 2 of them actually.
Website. This is off the website. Okay. Sorry, just, we're discussing that the language has to change in what was suggested because Councilwoman Kelly suggested the incremental, so I'm trying to figure out what the language is.
So I think their language would be for item 2B to be amended to read, developer shall provide city with an.
I'm sorry, wouldn't it be both motions?
It would be. I was going to go by one, but it could be both.
The CBA.
Okay, so it just needs to be added to the CBA. It doesn't need to be in payment in lieu and tax. Okay. So motion one would be approve the resolution for a payment in lieu of tax incentive for the proposed 141 Vester development as submitted by the city manager, contingent on the sponsor executing the workforce house restrictive covenant and executing the 141 Vester project community benefits agreement.
I would make a friendly amendment to that motion to add that we add 2K to the community benefits agreement, which is the affordable commercial space provision that should have been in the draft we were provided but was left out.
Rent.
That was the commercial, yeah, the commercial rent. Yeah, $28 per square foot.
Oh, I agree to the amendment. I'm just not sure what the wording is.
I can read you 2K and 2B and C if you'd like. So 2K, just to state again, under section 2, add a K that says retail community benefit for the commercial rental space within the development, developer shall charge no more in rent than calculated at a rate of $20 per square foot gross, increased annually by a rate that is the lesser of 3% or the most recent state of Michigan inflation rate multiplier, IRM, for the fiscal year. Additionally, developer will make commercially reasonable efforts to fill the commercial rental space with a small business not otherwise part of a regional or national chain.
Okay, I agree to that language.
What he said.
What he said.
And then 2B would be amended to be developer shall provide city with an annual payment of $10,000 by June 30th of each year of their term for city to utilize toward public safety resources. City attorney can adjust, but it could say this payment shall be increased each year by the Michigan inflation rate multiplier, IRM, if that's the language you would like.
Yeah.
CPI.
Yeah, CPI are, yeah.
We can match it to the commercial if you want to say 3%, the lesser of 3%, or the Michigan inflation
yes
rate. And then C would developer shall provide city with an annual payment of $5,000 by June 30th of each year of the term for city to utilize toward water and sewer programming and maintenance. And the same thing, the annual payment shall be adjusted each year by the lesser of 3% or the Michigan inflation rate multiplier.
I agree with that language.
Got video, I'm good.
You got that?
Get it from the tape.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kelly. So I motion that. You're seconding it?
I support, yes.
Okay.
Polika.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kelly.
Yes.
Mikulski.
Yes.
Leaks
and
May. Oh, sorry.
Do we get to have comment at the end? My apologies. Okay, sure.
Leaks May.
Yes.
To Councilwoman's, I'm sorry, to Mayor Pro Tem, you can always say yes with explanation or no with explanation.
But go ahead.
Do we have a second motion that we're going to do?
We do. The second motion has to be read as well. Do we have to include no, we don't have to include it because we included it in the first one. Thank goodness. So I move to approve the 141 Vester Project Community Benefits Agreement as submitted by the city manager.
Support.
Polika.
Yes.
Johnson.
Yes.
Kelly. Mikulski.
Yes, with
Leaks.
explanation.
Leaks May.
Yes. Okay. All right, Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski.
First of all, Michael, you know that I struggle with everything, and I replay our 2020 meeting in my head multiple times. I called Rufino before this meeting. He screamed at me a little bit, threw some threats out there, as is his style. That's totally fine. We are today we are trying to do the thing that we believe fits our values. We believe that we have negotiated in earnest. I will give Matt massive props because I am not nice and I am difficult. Difficult's probably a little bit more generous to my personality, but in general, when I asked for what I asked for, I didn't think I would get all of it. And if I'd known that I'd get all of it, I would have asked for more. But I will absolutely say that I was impressed with the fact that you negotiated in earnest. You went to the table with Roger. You spent time on the phone with me. And God help you, you made the cardinal mistake of giving me your cell phone number. So I will absolutely be calling you about the parking structure and progress on that as well. We're at a very interesting spot as a city, with the ballot initiative, with the rezoning, with so many different things. I wanted to review very briefly some notes that I took throughout this, basically about long-term benefits. So I know that you mentioned that you would like to see the extension of the 15-year pilot program. Personally, and I will speak for myself, I would love to not extend that if at all possible, because I'm looking at 15 years down the road to the tune of roundabout $311,000 per year that could be coming back into our funds. It aligns with our vision for sustainable growth and economic equity. But this is the big but. All of these key incentives and community benefits are huge. They're unheard of when it comes to these pilot programs. The $10,000 per year, totaling $150,000 over 15 years for annual public safety contributions, with the escalator that Councilmember Kelly included as well. $5,000 per year, totaling $75,000 over 15 years for water. The interest rate clawback, which is my baby, I can't take credit for it. Other cities have done it, and I just saw that as a really good idea. I went to a website called goodjobsfirst.org and looked at key reforms associated with development in towns, and found that to just be the kind of thing that I've always wanted in Ferndale, and quite frankly, just didn't know the right words to associate with it. The affordable parking permits that we didn't really touch on in this conversation, knowing that we have residents that are going to be lower income within the structure, discounted parking passes for residents in 50% and 60% AMI units, reducing their parking costs by 50% compared to market rate units. It's a big deal. Water main improvement contributions, the one-time reimbursement of $83,000, the public art installation, the public alley improvements of $30,000, which doesn't have to come out of my general fund right now to fix that alley. All of those community benefits, and I think Roger threw a number out there, like $521,000 in total. It's huge, and I know that we're looking at this supposed $3 million, which isn't actually $3 million to Ferndale. I think we had heard the number about $1.45 million over 15 years. With all of these benefits associated, everything that we've negotiated in good faith for our residents, I felt much more comfortable moving forward with this. I'm just going to circle back to the clawback because I'm a big fan of it. The inclusion of the tax clawback provision ensures that you fulfill your commitment to the community as well. It's one of those items, it's a clause in a subsidy agreement that requires companies to deliver on their promise. And in this case, the promise is really, if you are going to financially benefit far more than this moment in time, that we are going to be able to pull that money back in. So again, if you refinance, if your interest rate is 5% or less, we claw back that $55,000. To put just a final thought on this, balancing the need for affordable housing in Ferndale requires a thoughtful approach that aligns with both community character and economic reality. In July 2020, our housing analysis found that 22% of local jobs in sectors like food, hospitality, and retail needed to have significantly lower rent. At the time, that maximum rent was around $750 per month, which you are not hitting, and I'm a little bit bummed about it. And I remember back in 2020, I pulled up my incredibly long Facebook post about it, and your max affordable rent was, actually your entry price rent at that time was going to be about $700 per month. So I'm a little bit bummed that it's not that same amount.
It's probably because the MISTA, sorry, through the chair.
Yeah.
Not to cut you off. It's probably because the MISTA rate went up a couple of times since that time.
Yep. Basically meeting the need without compromising the essence of our neighborhoods. And that goes back into a zoning discussion that is for a different night. We as a council body in general feel like densifying in the downtown makes sense. I have a little bit of discomfort about densifying in single-family homed areas, R1 zoned areas. This meets that need in our downtown to get more people there. And the approach allows Ferndale to expand inclusively, supporting both current residents and those who are essential to our local economy. That's why I felt comfortable. Also, the fact that you are talking about parking and you're making a commitment is absolutely massive to me. So I expect more conversations. I am very, very hopeful that your concurrent development of the parking along with this project is going to be something that we can rely on and that we can work out a deal with these other avenues so that we can help our businesses. It was the entire reason that I voted no the first time, and I still feel the pinch every time that we talk about this. It's something that I don't think you would be developing in that spot if not for the vibrant downtown culture that we have.
Correct.
Madam Mayor, may I just briefly? And, I want to make sure that, I'm also being clear that I'm very committed to following through with figuring out what these interim solutions are so that we can figure this out. I don't want to hurt House. I don't want to hurt Valentine's. That's not what I'm here to do. It's not my intention. But I campaigned on affordable housing and I campaigned on more housing for Ferndale. And my personal compass leads me to prioritize housing over parking. But it doesn't mean we can't come up with solutions that work for people. People need homes, and for me, that is the most important thing that we can do as a government is to provide a space for people to live. People of all economic walks of life. And it's no secret, and we've heard it over the course of this year, that living in Ferndale is increasingly expensive. Living anywhere is increasingly more expensive. And this is something that is going to allow people who really wouldn't have that opportunity to live in a vibrant downtown district. Something that's really important for me and that I really want to highlight, and I think just kind of has gotten lost in this conversation about affordable housing, is how far we've come as a city in our philosophy and just generally the dialogue nationally about what it means to build affordable housing and where you place it. So historically, I think, everyone's probably pretty aware, like you would build affordable housing or public housing and you would put it in a part of your city that sucked. You'd put them by the train tracks, you'd put it over next to the landfill. And we in Ferndale are moving towards something that I call in my day-to-day ethical affordable development, which is we're bringing people in, it's equitable, it's bringing people in and saying, just because you're lower income doesn't mean you deserve less. It doesn't mean you deserve to live next to the train tracks. It doesn't mean, and I say this as someone who actually literally lives next to the train tracks on Channing Street here off Hilton. You deserve to live in the downtown core. You deserve to experience Ferndale like someone who makes $200,000 can experience Ferndale. You deserve that too. And this development is something that brings folks in who wouldn't be able to have that, who would normally be in housing that might be in a less desirable part of town somewhere else. And to me, that's really important. That's part of the equitable distribution of where people get to live. And, that just meant a lot to me that this project could go from, I wasn't on the council when this first came up. So, I've kind of come into this and learned learned the history of this project, and to know that this went from a 75% market rate to a 100% split between affordable and workforce housing, that's incredible. I mean, I've never known of a development to make that kind of flip. And to also then realize my personal dream of having that kind of housing in a space like a downtown corridor next to restaurants and transit and things where a lot of low-income folks do not get to live. I just think that is so important. And I think it's such an important testament to our values as a community, that we value everyone getting to share in that experience. That's it.
And just want to top off by saying that there have been conversations and people have been kind of confused, community members have been kind of confused as to how tax incentives are dispersed. I've said it a couple times now that, and I hope I can speak for council, that if we do grant any type of tax incentives, it will be of benefit to the community. Mr. Walters, I think you've gone over and beyond the incentives that you are going to provide with this development. Like it was stated earlier, it's more than I've ever seen. And I've been on council for 8 years and I've never seen anything like this. So this is true affordable housing. It will help many. It will help the economic stability of the downtown. And I just want to reiterate that, like I've stated before, we are working on ways in order to help support our businesses. We have been hearing it and we know it, and we don't want to see our longtime businesses fail or any businesses fail. And we're working on that. We'll continue to work on that. I mean, you've heard it from Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski, and you've given her your number, so God bless you. And you've heard it from Councilmember Johnson, and you're also hearing it from me. This is really important. So I feel like we can support our businesses, and hopefully our businesses will see that we are trying to support them, and then we can have the true affordable housing downtown. So I look forward to seeing this move into progression, and I look forward to the plans that'll be coming through to the Planning Commission, and Councilmember Polika sharing those if we're not at the Planning Commission meetings ourselves to learn about it. Thank you for the work you've done, Roger. Thank you for the work you've done, and I look forward to being able to open our community to individuals who want to live here.
Thank you very much. I appreciate the fact that this city council, city manager, head of economic development, has made the project better for the community. Not better to make more money, but better as a community asset. So I promise to be a good neighbor. I promise to do this in the responsible way. I live around here. I'm not going anywhere. So, and I really do, as we've all talked about, I don't, it doesn't make me feel good knowing that I'm going to make it harder for patrons of businesses to park and get to the businesses. So I'm going to do everything I can to mitigate that issue. So through the parking garage, being a good neighbor, through helping in any way that I can, I will make an effort. So thank you very much. Appreciate everybody's time.
May I add something without screaming?
Yes.
Yeah. I'm going to X this out if that's okay.
I appreciate the comments from council, and I think that this is a better project than the one that was initially approved. I'm in favor of affordable housing. I also, the last time we talked, and we were talking about the 180 parking structure, and they were talking about this, and I said, don't overbuild it. So we said, because if it's going away, just, so 4 floors, losing a couple of parking spaces, not a big deal to us. If we could have sequenced this where parking lot came first and the structure and the apartments came after, I would have been lining up behind you and supporting this project. But it's done and it is what it is. And if we can keep the pressure on to get this done in short of a time period as possible, I'm going to live through this. Some of my employees that rely on tips and for their income may struggle with this. We're going to have to figure out how to protect them through this. Thank you. But thank you. I think you came up with a better project than what it started with.
Thank you.
All right. Now, as we recall earlier, thank you, Mr. Walters. As you recall earlier, an item was pulled from the consent agenda item. It was originally item 7B to approve the backfill of one program specialist position. It is now regular agenda item 8B, and I will open it up to the individual who pulled it.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. Yes, I pulled it from the regular, or the consent agenda, because it is the filling of a position. It is a backfill, but it is filling a position. The fact that the millage failed, and we don't know whether or not a solution is going to be coming in the future. I want people to understand that we are not just backfilling positions just because they're budgeted for, that there is a specific need as to why this position needs to be filled. And so I've asked the city manager if he could kind of express why we really need to, we do need to have this, position backfilled. And it's not something that we can just wait on.
Yeah, through the chair, this position specifically is budgeted. It's been held vacant for a few months now. But I'll begin with the department capacity. The department is currently down its full-time manager, who is, for a good reason, is on paternity leave, celebrating their first child. So that person is gone for the remainder of the year, probably into the early beginning of the year. We also cut their position already following COVID, and that position's never been restored, so that cut's been sustained. So they are now technically down, with this vacancy, 3 full-time positions from their previous level when they were maximized out. But what does this position do? This position really oversees all of their athletic programs, so specifically what's important for ramping up into February, and I've been around long enough to know that that's when soccer season starts for them. So this position oversees all of their sports, but specifically for winter, it's soccer and basketball for the fall and winter programming sports. And both of those sport programs are really popular with our youth and our parents. And I know that that position, in order for them to actually execute on that, they need to ramp up staffing sooner than later. And I know that they have quite a busy holiday season in December as well with all the community events.
Well, and if I can add too, is, when we approve positions like this, even though it's budgeted, it takes time to fill. Our HR director has to post a position. He's going to be interviewing a number of people. They also have to be interviewed by our Parks and Recreation director. So there's a whole process. We're dealing with holidays coming up, so there's going to be a lot of times where we're not going to be able to, respond to interviews, during the next 6 weeks. So it's very possible that this position, even though it's budgeted and I'm assuming we're going to approve it tonight, might actually not be filled till January. So they may only have a month on the job to get themselves situated before they have to start working on the spring programs. So I just wanted to make sure that people were aware that, we're not just willy-nilly filling positions because, oh, it's budgeted and, let's just spend the money. We're cautiously looking at what we're investing in. And one of these positions is critical, especially the fact that the department is down one person, in addition to the 2 positions that aren't currently filled. So that's the reason that I pulled it, Mayor.
Now maybe you'll entertain a motion.
And I will. I move to approve the request to backfill one program specialist position in the Parks and Recreation Department due to the resignation of the existing specialist as submitted by the Human Resource Director.
Support.
Polika,
Yes.
Johnson,
Yes.
Kelly,
Yes.
Mikulski.
Yes, but with explanation.
Oh, no.
Explanation.
So are there things like temp positions that we could look at for Parks and Rec? I understand the need for this with the programming and the soccer season and things like that. But are there ways that we can flex in different ways? And can we do I don't know, maybe just a list of how many staff members we have in Parks and Rec and show their job functions, just to get a better feel for everything. I think we did that during the budget season. It might be helpful to just visualize it, to see who's doing what. Are they full-time? Are they part-time? Just in the off chance that something goes sideways on this. I mean, we're having the discussion on Monday at the town hall as to what sort of ballot options we need to move forward with. I am a paranoid person by nature, and that increases on a daily basis. So my paranoid self is thinking, well, what if? And I initially wasn't going to vote yes on this, but seeing the critical nature of the position and knowing that it's going to be something that fills soccer season and basically helps with all of that, and knowing that that is something that absolutely drives a lot of volume through Parks and Rec, I obviously want that to be taken care of, but I'd like us to explore options.
Through the chair, we do have a lot of existing work product on that department's organizational chart and their workflows, and we can certainly have those re-prepared for Monday. And this department is one of our greater departments and working on seasonals and part-time positions. They've been doing that, and the HR director can prepare a summary of those positions and their functions.
Through the chair, are some of these union positions where they've been negotiated, have to fill them with a certain, because I know with union negotiations, they say, well, we need to have, in this department, we need to have this many people doing these jobs, et cetera. I don't know.
The full-time positions, this position is part of the ASME 998 union, the clerical union for the city. So there are bargaining rules, but staffing levels are a function of management.
Okay.
So.
Any more questions regarding item 8B? Okay. All right, so now we are moving on to call to council, and I will defer to the city manager for department head updates.
Through the chair, this is a bit unconventional, but I do have a puppy over there who's been sitting for 4 hours. So I'm going to cede my chair to the assistant city manager, and James is going to go ahead and manage call to council while I rescue that poor puppy. Thank you for your pup service, Nash.
Is their legs crossed?
Or Nash.
I'll take care of any accidents custodial. Don't worry about it.
So we're going to start tonight with our clerk, who's going to provide an update on the election.
Yeah, I'll make this brief. I know it's late night. I just wanted to mention to you that we had a 76% voter turnout at the most recent election. About 6,300 voters voted by absentee, 2,300 by early voting in person, and 4,500 by in person on election day. So we really are starting to see a lot of voters moving a trend and using a voting method that is not voting on election day in person. So it's just kind of interesting to see that data, though that option is obviously still available. And then I just want to state how happy and excited we are to have all of our wonderful election workers help us out. So thank you to all of them. We had nearly 100 people helping us out between our polling locations, our absentee voter counting board, and our receiving board. And then 2 wonderful community members, Jim Deal Coy and Reggie Sutherland, who has helped us for months in our office, basically our full-time hours, just helping us with everything. And then, of course, our Deputy Dave Bovilla and Randy Horn, our election specialist, is always helpful to us as well. And then finally, I just wanted to say thank you to our schools, our Renaissance Vineyard Church, and Ferndale Free Methodist Church, as well as the library, for always hosting us to serve our community through elections at their physical locations. So a big thank you to all those groups of people. Thank you.
Through the chair. Sorry to put you on the spot. I think you have the information, though. Can you tell us the percentage of absentee ballots that were returned?
Yeah, I have that number. So we sent out 6,543 ballots, and we had 6,310 ballots returned to us, about a 96% return rate.
That's incredible.
Yeah.
Wild.
Yeah.
Awesome.
All right, so next we're going to go to Chief Emmy from the Police Department to talk about a wonderful event that just recently happened.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Again, I'm going to keep it brief. I just wanted to acknowledge again and thank all who were able to attend our auxiliary appreciation dinner last night. It was a perfect evening. That group of individuals donated over 1,300 hours of volunteer time to our community, and then without them, we wouldn't be able to do a lot of things. They come out for trick-or-treating and fall festival and all of our events in the downtown, dream cruise. They do crossing details. They are an invaluable asset to our department and our community, and they deserve to be recognized and thanked. So thank you. The Auxiliary of the Year was Officer Scott Roche. He alone dedicated almost 300 hours of his personal time. That's actually serving. That doesn't include training, and they are required to do some training. So it really is an exceptional group of very civic-minded individuals. So thank you to the auxiliary.
Through the chair. And just to clarify, if I'm not mistaken, they pay for their own uniforms. They're not getting paid. And some of their training, they have to cover themselves as well.
We cover their uniforms. They have to provide their own firearm and all other gear, footwear. They make time to come in here, do the training on their own. They even have to keep up on, we do online module training for continuing education that they are required to keep their certification.
Yeah, and currently there's 8 auxiliary police officers?
Yes, we're always recruiting more.
Yeah, and there was a time I think where there's 2025. So 8 members donating 1,300 hours. To me, that's incredible. I wanted to offer a suggestion to recruit more auxiliary police, and maybe there's something that we can partner with the Elks. They're a very volunteer, community-minded organization, and maybe working with the Elks to see if there's any of their members that might be interested in donating their time.
Yeah, absolutely. We welcome everybody to our Citizens Academy. We've been fortunate to recruit some people out of the Citizens Academy. Again, this year we're trying to recruit more, not just auxiliary officers, but dispatchers, regular police officers, or sworn police officers. So we're always looking for another avenue to communicate with the public and garner more interest.
Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, next up will be Jim Jameson, our DPW Director, to talk about some fall activity.
So, as most people realize, we're in the middle of leaf season. I just want to mention the west side is being done this week. Then we'll move to the east side, November 18th, west side, November 25th. The week after Thanksgiving is our last week. That starts the 2nd. December 5th, that Friday is the final day for curbside. December 13th, the final Friday, or that following Friday is the final day for bagged collection. I want to mention, sort of related, that thanks to all the residents that participated in the pumpkin plot. That was great. We had a lot of pumpkins. We did that at Martin Road Park and Kulik Parking. We're going to have some future details on what Logan, our zero waste coordinator, is calling the holiday heave. We're going to put dumpsters in the same locations to take care of additional cardboard and paper that comes from the holiday season. I do want to mention, try not to park on leaves. It makes it difficult to pick them up, sometimes impossible, and try not to put them out a week early if possible as well, so that way the streets are clear. And then moving on, the 9-mile pavement repairs, the final repair through our pavement program is taking place tomorrow and Friday. That's from Planavon Pinecrest. There will not be a road closure. They'll be repairing the center lanes and the seams, so that's going to be done through flagging, no closure. 3, Wilson Park update. There's some punch list items that still need to be finished there, cleaning, restoration that probably is going to drag into spring for some of the seasonal related restoration that needs to take place. Swings were installed. Seats are going to be installed soon. The shade structure at the top of the play structure, the wrong parts came in for that, so unfortunately that's back ordered. It's probably going to be a couple months until that gets added to the top of that play structure. And if there are any questions at any point, just feel free to jump in. Martin Road Park number 4 restoration and the basketball court coating is going to take place in the spring due to weather. And I'll say some restoration, so you can't grow grass when it's too cold, things like that. Pavilion and the shade structure, some parts and materials are back ordered, so those are likely not going to be in until January. In January, it will be installed. Number 5, and this was a big one. It was one that maybe not a lot of people noticed, although we did have some complaints of low water pressure, but we completed the glue wheel meter and PRV installation at Hilton Road last week, so we are back to normal. We have a brand new PRV that's going to protect our system for the next 25 years. If properly maintained, and it will be. And I want to say early on, thank you specifically to our water supervisor, Terry Murphy, and our water leader, Josh Height. They've both been promoted recently. That is a very complicated process. They put in a lot of hard hours and a lot of thought and stress for that 10-day period where we were on an emergency connection, and they did a great job, and it could have gone a lot worse. And I think everything went well. And there'll be a little bit more on 11/25 council meeting for the Wanda PRV repairs. And that's all I have.
Wait, before you go. So regarding the leaf pickup, you mentioned that, so November 25th is the west side, but that's the truck pickup. But if you have the bags in between, you can put those out every week?
Bags will always be picked up until the last day, which is December 13th.
Got it.
Thank you.
All right, next we're going to go to our DDA Executive Director, Jetty Beaker.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. On behalf of DDA, please join us this Saturday for Jingle and Mingle. We want to encourage people to be sure and visit our permanent downtown businesses as well. We're excited that this year we have put together a downtown guide. So this is really exciting because there are some promotions in here. There are some coupons and discounts for businesses. And we just want to encourage folks to get out, and we hope it's helpful for you as holiday inspiration and beyond the holiday season. Whoops. Okay. Additionally, Main Street Oakland County is again with Genesis Credit Union sponsoring the local gems sweepstakes throughout the month of November. So you're encouraged to please take pictures of yourself at Ferndale businesses, whether it's downtown Ferndale or around Ferndale. Tag those online. There's more information available at oakgov.com/shop-small. Nailed it. And you can win up to, the first prize is $1,000, a second prize for $500, and a third for $250. This is also important because this helps to showcase businesses on an Oakland County registry, highlighting businesses throughout the county and our many downtowns in Oakland County. Next Tuesday, November 19th at 6:30 p.m., we are inviting folks to join us for a DDA public information session that will be held at Ferndale House at the corner of Planavon and 9 Mile. This is a requirement for PA 57 compliance that establishes DDAs, but we're really excited about this opportunity to tell people more about what we do and hear from people what they want to see from us. So please join us then. There will be a virtual option and also will be there in person. And then lastly, I just want to thank those folks and everyone online and present in Ferndale who has come out on behalf of our incredible businesses. We have really impressive shops, tasty restaurants. We've got great spaces for gathering in Ferndale. And, you know, development matters. Density and diversity in housing matters. And I also want to call out that Vester has one of the highest and best concentrations of beverages per square mile of anywhere that I know. So I think it's really important for us to honor those establishments that have put Ferndale on the map. So on behalf of the DDA and myself as a resident, it is really important for us to recognize the importance of equitable and sustainable development to make sure that the people who started things make it through things, and we take that seriously for all of our downtown development. So thank you to everyone involved and who continues to advocate for our small businesses.
Thank you. Jenny, real quick, where do you get the pamphlets?
Thank you. Yes, these will be available at Jingle and Mingle, and then we'll also have them distributed around town afterward. So they, the coupons, several of them are valid through the end of the year, but we've got a great list of all different kinds of businesses. So if you're looking for gift ideas or pairing things or just something to do, we've got some great listings in here.
Thank you.
All right, and then Roger Caruso, our CED director.
So a couple updates. If you remember last council meeting, we talked about the $380,000 OLSA grant we received. Part of that is trying to partner with Royal Oak Township in some services working together. We're having a little difficult time scheduling that, so I'm going to reach out to them again. But on our side, we do have to start moving forward with it. The grant started July 1st. That's no fault of our own. It's just how it came out. But essentially 6 months of the 24 months is almost gone already. So we have 18 months to deploy $380,000, 266 if you take out admin. So for Councilmember Kelly and Mayor Leaks May, I'll probably be reaching out to set up a meeting where you can come in. We will sit down with Parks and Rec, who will be helping Senior Services administering it, Fire Chief, Public Works Director, and talk about how we want to prioritize residents, what kind of projects we want to prioritize, et cetera. So stay tuned for that. The code rewrite is nearing the end. In fact, we received the final draft today. So that is scheduled for November 20th, Planning Commission consideration. That was noticed as a public hearing. So if anybody can come November 20th to the Planning Commission meeting, that would be great. I do know Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski wanted to talk about fencing, double fencing. I have not forgotten. So I'll be reaching out in a couple days to talk about that. You also mentioned some density concerns, so we'll be talking about that. I will be out of town this weekend, but if any council member wants to talk anything about the code, please text me or call me and I will set up a time. November 20th is scheduled for the Planning Commission, and then council is scheduled for November 25th and December 13th, I think. So this last piece is going to move pretty quickly. But if you have questions, I want to answer any questions you have about the code, and I might reach out individually. You may know that Christine Ross did accept a job in Fort Worth. So if she's listening, congratulations. CD won't be filling the role for right now, so you know. So we're going to work with the staff we have, and then given the code rewrite that has simplified some development things, I think that'll be okay. But if you see her, congratulate her if you wouldn't mind. And I think that's it. Thank you.
All right, and then the last thing, so just a quick update on the Martin Road facility with the results of Tuesday's election. So as you may recall, we did receive good information that our obligation deadline for the Spark grant was met by Oakland County, or MDNR signing off to us. So that met that obligation, which meant instead of having to go through a design build, we could go through a more traditional process. So what we will be doing is going for bringing a proposal to all of you for the construction design for the reduced scope building. On the projector behind you, you can see the kind of the red shading, which represents what we'll be able to be going after. This is what is grant funded through the Spark grant, through the state of Michigan, and through the HUD grant. This will take care of concessions, from which we could do some equipment rental. This will handle restroom facilities and changing rooms to help support the splash pad. The plan is to build this part of the building so that in the future, if funding becomes available, we can do the broader scale building as well. So it should be able to be added upon. So we're going to build it with future expansion in mind. But this way we can move forward and make sure we don't leave any of that grant money on the table. So with that, I'll turn it back over to you, Mayor.
All right. And I will start to my left. Councilmember Polican.
So as many people know, Joe, our city manager, is leaving. He has accepted a position with Royal Oak as their city manager. And we have started the process to identify a replacement for that position. However, it tends to be a very long process. When we did it, when we were in a similar situation that we are now, which would have been 2011, it took about 6 months. When we brought Joe on, he was already the assistant city manager, and we had started the process, and halfway through the process, we decided that we would promote Joe to the city manager. So it was a lot, the timeline was much smaller. What we are looking for now, and some of the conversations that we've had amongst council, is what do we do in the interim, in regards to a interim city manager? By law, we can't all meet at the same time. At most, we can have one-on-one conversations. And it has been very, very difficult because it's not only just one-on-one phone conversations or face conversations, it's one-on-one emails. And it's very unproductive. So I am proposing that we set up a meeting within the very short future for a special meeting for council to be able to have the discussion of next steps for an interim city manager. I want to make sure that everybody's on board of, what are the next steps? What are the expectations? What are our options? And be able to present all of those at the same time to all of us at the same time. Because I know from my perspective, I'm getting very frustrated, and from some of my conversations with other council members, they're getting frustrated too. So I guess I turn to you, council. What do we need to do to set up a special meeting?
Well, you can, the mayor or any two members of council can coordinate scheduling a special meeting. If you're considering doing that in the very near future, it makes sense to look at your calendars. There's a notice requirement that Dean is familiar with.
I think it's 18 hours.
It has to be noticed and posted 18 hours prior to the special meeting. And it would be open to the public.
Okay. Is that something that we can discuss now?
Sure.
About what date we would like it? If we all, actually, I guess I have to turn to the mayor because I'm apologize that I may be, taking a little bit of control over here. You and I did speak last night about options. I don't know if you want to carry this conversation forward, or would you like me to continue?
Well, right now I'm looking at my calendar, so.
Okay. So I guess what you're saying, Mayor, is that you're open to scheduling a special meeting.
I think it would be conducive to talk about it because
Okay.
I think we've been, one-on-one talking via email, text, phone calls, in person, or just by chance happen, meeting when we're out and about. So yes, I think that would be important. So unless there's any objections, we could.
You can do, through the chair, Mayor, you can do it now, or you can, coordinate through Dean that everybody's schedules, because it may not work on the first suggestion that's made. Everybody's going to have to coordinate, but that's up to council as to how it wants to proceed, whether it wishes to do that now or not.
I mean, how soon are we talking? This is the first I'm hearing of a special meeting, so.
How do we come up with a date? Because we've been here late and I'd like to move on to your call, your ability to speak.
Well, this is fairly important. I just wanted to say, are we looking at a week from now? Are we looking at 2 weeks from 3 weeks from now? We have Thanksgiving, because Thanksgiving's in a couple.
I'll speak for myself. I was looking at Friday.
Yeah, that's the same,
Rather
Laura.
than later.
Oh, this week?
Yes.
Oh, okay.
Friday at 5, I am out of work, so.
Yeah, Friday the 15th is fine with me. I guess I also have to ask council, who has to be involved? So I know obviously us. And we need to have you present?
No, it's the prerogative of council.
Okay.
Unless you think it's needed, and if it's not necessary.
Okay. Dean obviously has to be here because he has to take notes.
You need a secretary.
You need a secretary. Who is Dean? Okay. Or a representative of the clerk's office. Yes. Okay. And then do we require any other staff members?
This special meeting, I don't think there's any staff members that's required, but you may wish for input from certain staff members. So that's, again, up to council to decide who it wishes to participate or be present.
Yep. Okay.
Now we need to find out if that date works particularly for our city clerk.
I'll make it work. We're good. Yep.
And council, so the 15th at 5? Is that what we're talking, well.
Would we include our HR director in that meeting?
We probably should, given that he's been doing a lot of legwork and getting us information.
I want to add also that we will need to make sure that IT is available to record the meeting. If it's going to be a public meeting, that would be a necessity, I think.
It's not required,
Okay.
but it has to be a public meeting.
Okay.
It doesn't have to necessarily be broadcast.
Or recorded.
The minutes are.
The minutes are a recording.
Yeah.
Would we do 6 o'clock?
I can. Oh.
I'll just leave work early. It's fine. I can do 5, Friday at 5, it's fine.
Friday at 5?
5 works for me.
So then, Dean, I guess you'll post notice tomorrow?
Yep.
Okay.
I'm on it. Thank you.
Mayor, that is all I have.
Great. All right. Now, Councilmember Johnson.
I just wanted to, one, give my apologies for not being able to attend the auxiliary police dinner last night. As Councilmember Pollica said, the amount of time and effort that these folks put in to the city is enormous, and just, we can't thank them enough for what they do. I unfortunately had a work obligation, a community meeting in Detroit, and so I couldn't make it, but I do want to make sure that I send my thank you to them as well, and hope you will pass that along, Chief. I do want to acknowledge, I know it's late, so I'm going to make it quick, but we do have our Citizen of the Year in the audience, Quinn Ziegler, who, as many folks know, also chaired the Yes Ferndale campaign, and prior to that, chaired the Financial Review Committee for the city. Although we did not prevail on Tuesday, I will say that Quinn exemplified what it means to be in public service. She stepped up as a private resident and put herself out there and did the hard work. the campaign was grueling and the work was hard. And between her and her husband, they gave of themselves an incredible amount, more than we could ever expect from a resident who just says, hey, I want to get involved. And so I just want to make sure that we acknowledge the work that Quinn did and that she did on our behalf as a city government and she did on behalf of the residents. So thank you, Quinn. Well-deserved Citizen of the Year. That's all I have.
And now over to Mayor Pro Tem Mikulski.
I would also like to extend my regret that I was not able to make it out to the police auxiliary dinner last night. I tried, and a 5-year-old who is catching every virus in that school slowed down my night and kept me from going, but I acknowledge the hard work that those volunteers do. I'd also love to know how we get auxiliary for like everything. That would be the ideal. That goes back to my point about Parks and Rec. Other than that, yes, I would also like to commend Quinn. You did a tremendous job. I know I told you during the event, but it was a slog. I saw what you went through with some of those comments after the fact, and it's been brutal, but I appreciate you doing your best to educate people.
Now, Councilmember Kelly.
I also like to extend my regret for not being able to make it, but I just flew in town last night. She's not able to attend, and congratulations to you, Quinn. Well earned and deserved. Thank you for all that you do and continue to do for our community. And thank you to Dean and your team for a successful turnout in our local election. So thank you for that. You guys did a very good job and appreciate that.
And it sounds like it went, it looked like as I went around to the precincts, everyone, it was a well-oiled machine. So thank you for all the work that you've done. Of course, congratulations also to Quinn. I think I said everything I had to say about how wonderful she is at night. So echo everyone here and congratulations to her and to Andrew, because Andrew made it possible by helping and supporting Quinn. So she was able to help and support this community. So thank you. I also would like to, I have to give a couple of shout outs here. You know, our schools have wonderful extracurricular programs, and I just want to give a shout out to the Ferndale High School Varsity Girls Volleyball team. They are the district champs, and they're going on to regionals, and they competed against University High School. So I'm a fan of both places, so I'm glad that one of them got through and going on to regionals, and we'll see how they do, but I wish them the best. Also, I want to congratulate the Ferndale Golden Eagle Marching Band for becoming 3rd in the state at their state championships. I don't know if you know this, but this is a championship team, and I think they have about 11 state championships right now. But just to give you a little backstory, is that some of those individuals in that band are first-time band members. And it's just the work that they put in to these students to make them the champions that they are is just really something very commendable. So shout out to band director Elon Jameson, Jacob Trains, and all the volunteers that work tirelessly to make these kids the best, because they're champions, and I just want them to know that. And I also want to thank Ferndale Police Department. You are just always escorting our teams out to their championships with no questions asked. You and your team are always putting forth the effort to celebrate prides of this community. So I want you to know that I appreciate that. I know sometimes you get that notice really quickly, but without a doubt, you always step forward. So please, thank you for that. I appreciate it. And also congratulations to the auxiliary officers that received, what was it? You said over 1,300 hours? As a group. Yes. It was great to be able to acknowledge them and their efforts and their contributions last night. I hope to see more of them I know the numbers are going down, but I hope to see them moving forward. All the volunteers, and we see them. We see them at our festivals. We see them around town. And I just want you to know that, want them to know that I appreciate them. And it was great celebrating with them the other night. It was a wonderful Veterans Day celebration on Monday. So that was great. I was really proud to be part of that. And the reason why I spoke about the Ferndale Community Concert Band is because, again, I mentioned that you see that there are students in that band, and there's Ferndale individuals who graduated from Ferndale High School. So not only are they participating in competitions and being, championship-based competitions, but some of them are moving forward to contribute to the community, to provide beautiful music in this community. So I am grateful for that. I would also like to, goodness, I'm saying so much, that I'm forgetting what I want to say. I believe that is it for, yes. Just a reminder that the Community Town Hall is on Monday, November 18th from 6 to 9. Please show up, and those residents who reached out via email that want to be a part of it, this is your opportunity. We want to hear you. So come with your questions ready to be asked, because I anticipate a lot of dialogue. I apologize for extending the council meeting later. We would be gone by now, but I thought there were conversations that needed to be had, people that needed to be heard, people that had questions, and I appreciate council and those listening and watching for being patient and allowing that to happen. So it's an important process, and I just hope tonight people felt like they were heard. That was my goal. With that being said,